Alright. Welcome back for more Pentiment. Let's continue our little mystery here. So last we left off, Otto just got bonked by a bunch of stone being dropped on him in the middle of town, which is fun. And the townspeople are understandably wanting to kill the abbot. I don't blame them. The abbot kind of sucks ass, but it doesn't appear to be him. What are these guys? Can I talk to you yet? It's like his clothing is so distinctive over there, and it's like, oh, we can talk to this guy. Master Mahler, is there anything I can do for you? Nico, have you heard anyone in here talking about Otto's murder? Not just talking about it, but, you know. Yeah, you know. Like, they had something to do with it? Oh, no, I think I'd remember something like that. And again, I try not to eavesdrop on conversations. I don't want to get yelled at or worse. But maybe you could find more luck talking to people. Beer always tends to loosen people's lips. Lie around for everyone, and you can have the run of the place. You'll be here a while, though. Yeah, why not? It's worth trying. Have a seat, then. Folk filter in as they finish their work for the day. Hey! Andreas here says he's buying drinks for everyone. Before you get too excited, I'd like to say just a few words about a man Tassing just lost. Otto Zimmerman. I'll only take a few moments of your time, I promise. Otto was a good man. He stuck up for the people in this town, and was a loving husband to Eva and a good father to Ox. His reward in heaven will be equal to his good deeds here on earth. To Otto. Everyone, it's a feast day, so please don't indulge too heavily on Otto's account. We aren't Lutherans. Too late. Man, throwing shade at the Lutherans, huh? Alright, well, who can we talk to? Now we can talk to you. Andreas Mahler, right? You're staying here at the Golden Hand, aren't you? Yes, and yes. I am as well, named Samuel Grau. I'm recruiting men to become landsknechts, well, when some actual men show up. Excuse me, I don't think we've met. How do you know my name? People who say you've got the Abbey's prior killed a few years back. He was given a fair trial with all the appropriate circumstances for his jurisdiction. If you say so, I don't know anything about the law. I was just telling young Hans and Fabian about the life of Landsknecht. What's the pay like? Is it dangerous? 4 gulden a month, and yes, it's dangerous. Mind you do have to pay for your own equipment. How much? 13 to 15 gulden. Damn, that's more than 10. Yes, it is. It's 3 to 5 more than 10. Do you have 10 gulden? Oh, no, I don't have any gulden. You see what I'm dealing with here, Mahler? You, boy. Me? Yes, you look like you're from a family that isn't completely impoverished. Want to join up? I'll let him speak for himself. Well, could the Landsknechts fight to save Salzburg? Perhaps, but Landsknechts go where we are commanded to go, fight where we are commanded to fight. Right now, most Landsknechts are fighting rebellious peasants, like the ones in this town. Could you fight them? Kill them? No, I couldn't. Then I'm afraid the mercenary life is not for you. Don't take it too hard. I know you're worried about your family in Salzburg. They'll be alright. Thank you, Master Andreas. Well then, would you be interested in playing a card game to pass the time? Or playing Landsquenet? I think I've played that game before in a brothel. Well, you haven't played my version, but I can explain the rules as we go. Want to play? Why not? The rules are simple enough. Pay attention, boys. If you forget everything else, remember that you want to see a card that matches what's in front of you to get dealt into the center. That means you win. If you see matching cards going into the discard pile, your chances of winning are going down because only 4 of a kind in a deck. Now at the start of each hand, everyone has to ante in money to play, with 4 players for each ante a penny. Alright. Interesting. After the ante, the dealer shuffles and deals 1 card to every player at the table, starting with himself. Ooh, these cards are cool. Oh, dang, I like the design on these cards. All cards are dealt face up in this game, so we know what we're dealing with. The value of the card is only important if we run through the whole deck, but it may influence your strategy. In this game, the Queen is the high card, followed by the King and the Farmer. Each turn, you can raise by the ante, stay, or fold from the game. Okay, so we've got... What is this, a bard? Not sure. Will... I don't know what this card is, so I'm gonna bet. Whatever. However, any player raises, every other player must meet the raise. Okay, 1-1 form. When all players are finished, we deal 3 cards into the discard pile and we bet again. Okay, so we haven't seen any bees. And 1 goes in the middle. If it matches any player's card, that player wins. If it doesn't match, we go through another round until someone wins, or we run out of cards. 7, 6, 2, okay. Alright. One. Alright. Congrats, Hans. You would have won the money if we were playing a real hand. If you run out of cards, the highest card wins. If multiple players have high cards, the highest suit wins. Leafs high, followed by hearts, bells, and an acorns at the bottom. Okay. One, 1, 6, and B. Alright. There's 1. D. Okay, we haven't seen any 6s yet. 4, 5, 2, 7. Okay. 6. A. Now that 1 hand has been dealt, the dealer hands the deck to the player on his left. He is now the dealer for the next hand. Alright. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, and 1. Okay, we'll bet. It is indeed. I won once. I won the first round. Oh, can we have some beer, Samuel? Why not? Master Mahler is paying. Here you are, boys. Enjoy. I like Mistress Hannah. Dad says she brings food to the men working on the Roth House. My dad says she's always over there. Seems weird. Maybe it's just Christian charity. Come on, boys. Back to the game. D, 3, B. Okay, bet. King. Okay, 7, king, king. Okay, the kings are pretty much... Of killing the Baron? The Prior, Ferenc. Ferenc got chopped. And then for the, the new stuff we had to pick. Okay, there's a 4. For the new stuff, we had been in Poland during the time skip. And I think that was the only thing we had to choose after the time skip, was that where we had been. But we were in Poland. I can't remember if there was anything else. Okay, there is 1-4. But we'll... Yeah, we'll still bet. Yeah, we Otto just got killed like moments ago. So now we're in the figure out what the Otto got killed, and then people were pissed at the abbot, understandably, and so now we're trying to figure shit out. Even though it would be nice if the abbot got bonked because he's a fucking prick. But let's see. They hate me. Like, the abbot is vaguely okay with me now. Like, it's been long enough, but he doesn't let me stay there. He's not that friendly with me, but yeah, he doesn't like me for getting parent killed. There's still only 1-4. This will keep betting. 7, 6, 2. How has nobody won yet? 4! Hey! Another one. Alright. Okay, we'll continue. Why not? Yeah, I hadn't really, like, talked to Lucky much at all. Like, we saw the argument that Lucky and, the Baron had. But that was about the extent of our interactions with Lucky. But most of the evidence that we had found, like, all pointed to the Prior. Because, you know, since we found that, like, occult stuff in the Prior's house with the little, like, cipher thing, and then we dug up the one guy's grave and found the blood-stained, like, silver thing there. That one had, like, the most evidence. And then we neglected to tell them, we didn't tell the Archdeacon about Matilda and the nun business, because I don't think it was Matilda at all. And we decided not to disclose that information that we found out. But have you traveled far, Samuel? I suppose all over the Empire and down south. Navarre, Milan, Pavia. Must be really far away. I'd never heard of any of those places. Pavia. I heard about that battle. I think you fought the French? French and Italian, Swiss too, beat them all. I saw the King of France humiliated as my brothers took him prisoner and led him from the field. If I die in my sleep tonight, I can say I basked in glory for one day of this miserable life. 7-3-1. Okay, there's a 1. Okay, we'll leave the 1. Keep betting until... Oh, that was fast. Okay, might as well do a full 4 rounds before we step away. 4, 3, 5, 2. Okay. 1, D, 6. Okay. Bet. King. 4, 6. B. 3. Ooh, Samuel wins. Alright, well, we did a whole 4 rounds. Of course. Until later, Andreas. Alright, let's talk around some of these other people in here. Okay, we can't talk to Martin. Barbara, who are you? Are you the man to thank for the drinks? In truth, the drinks were to honor a dear friend who recently passed away. I simply wanted to toast and drink to his memory. A kind gesture. Thank you. Yes, thanks. It was a long road here from Mildorf. We came to visit the shrine of St. Moritz, but the sister said it's closed because of some trouble. Well, it's more the monks are hiding from the peasants in the abbey. Oh, is that going on here too? too? We heard about the miners in Salzburg. Oh, no. Oh, no, I don't like the sound of that, Master Andreas. It'll be alright, have faith. I'll try. I'm sorry, but what was it you were saying about traveling to the shrine? Well, our priest told me to take a pilgrimage here after God saved my little goat's life. I'm very happy for your goat. She means the boy, Philip, over there. God damn it, Philip, get off that table. Don't curse, Father. Oh, all right, all right. Little boys can be frustrating, but sometimes... Or now, we'll say nothing there. Anyway, the boy climbed up in a tree, jumped off, landed on his head on a board with a nail through it. He didn't need those uppies. His arms swelled like a bloated pig in the sun. Must you describe it that way? Well, it did. He had such an awful fever, like he was boiling in his own skin. I prayed to God to save my little goat, and the next day, a miracle. It's true. The very next day. Thank God. I intend to. That's why we came. I asked our priest in Muldorf how to thank God. Since the little goat's arm had swollen so badly, he said we should make a pilgrimage to see the hand of St. Moritz. Philip, off! So you can imagine how disappointed we are that the shrine is closed. Of course, hopefully you won't have to wait long. Philip! I'm sorry, the boy won't listen. It's no trouble. Do I know you? It's possible. I traveled around a bit when I was younger. Ah, that must be it. Thank you for returning the boy. Were you here on St. John's Eve? No, we arrived this morning. Why? I'm trying to figure out if someone in town was involved in my friend's death. No, I don't think we could help with that. Alright, thanks anyway. Until next time. Okay. It is kind of odd that they kind of recognize Martin. Oh, Werner, this dickbag. Okay. Questa tecnic bolognesi, ma non le ho viste de persona. Se I risultati sono piuttosto notevoli, te lo assicuro. Ah, Master Mahler, thank you for the drink. Care to join us? The other doctors and I are having quite the chat. Nothing like a little drink to lubricate the mind, I say. I'd be honored to join you. Certainly. I'll introduce you. Gentili dottori, permettetemi di presentarvi Andreas Mahler, un maestro artista de Norimberga. Marcantonio Orsi, Vincenzo Ambrosi, and Angelo Gattani are esteemed doctors from Bologna, traveling to Flanders. Oh, dang, we got two options here. Bonus vos nocere est. Admiratio racificum facundum esse in Latina, quod se velissim loquimur. I'm surprised an artist is so comfortable with Latin, but if you prefer, we can use it. Si medicus stults constat. If Dr. Stoltz is alright with it. Ita vero. Yes, of course. Quid conferebamus? What were we discussing? Plini Signori Naturis Historia. Pliny the Elder's Natural History. Estercus. It's shit. Quod superfri diminutuvis est. That's unnecessarily reductive. Andreas. Cum Plini Signoris Naturae Historia cognoscene. Are you familiar with Pliny the Elder's Natural History? Ha! Hic sit ridiculus, cur artifex naturalem historiam cognosceret? That would be funny. Why would an artist know natural history? I studied it in university to sharpen my Latin. Hic est maxime admirabilis, praesertim cum artifex parvus utilis usus illi habet. That's quite admirable, especially since there must be little practical use for it as an artist. Practical use is not the only use, and enjoyment can come from many things. Ille justus est. Fair enough. Ubi eramus? Well, where were we? Naturalis historia et stercus. Natural history is shit. Oh, man. It's a Nicolaus Leonciono, avix ringrinta annos dixit, hoc novum nihil est, curer conferi requertur. So said Niccolo Leoniceno 30 years ago. This is nothing new. Why does it still need to be debated? Tamen codicum in nobis medicina operectitamus, ergo consulum desitus est non? We are all still using the text in our practice, so the debate is ended, is it not? Nisi Leonciano opum surrogare Plinio exposuit. Unless Leonciano has published a work to replace Pliny. Non habet sid quaestio remanat siderata in naturae historia, sunt simpliciter errores transcriptionum verdaterius. Of course, he has not, but the question remains, if the mistakes in natural history are simply transcription errors, or something worse. Etiam Colenusio, defensor Maximi, Plini erroribus in interpretationis admittit, omnes acceptit. Even Colenusio, Pliny's greatest defender, admits there are translation errors. Everyone accepts this. Vera, vera iti sedere mentiones, Leoncini profunditores supra illos. True, yes, but Leonciono's criticism is deeper than that. Etiam arabis causae indubium vocat quod nostra medicamenta intempecare confendimus. He also calls into question the Arab sources we rely on to identify our medicines. Inter transcriptionum errores et canse male, cur adiquis em reveratur casi verbum Dei? Between transcription errors and bad sources, why does anyone still revere it as though it were the word of God? Tuam sentiatum in re rogare adus mune, Andreas? Dare we ask your opinion on the matter, Andreas? It's been over 1,000 years since Pliny wrote natural history. It's time for educated men to make a new reference. Mirabilis, statum in sepimus. Great, we'll get started right away. Bene emendat. Oceritamur aut aliquob Deo facimus. Plinis nobis facere non rediet. Well, he's right. We could either complain about it or do something about it. Pliny's not going to come back to do it for us. Non solum modo heri acquidis hic mortuus est? Didn't someone just die here last night? Angelo, quod est qui salvitamus, Andreas pocula paravit. Angelo, that's who we toasted to. Andreas bought the drinks. Oh, meum deum. Ma penetit, Andreas Germanica meatam misera est non intellexi. Oh, my God, I'm sorry, Andreas. My German is so poor I didn't understand. Don't trouble yourself over it. Novestin hominem bene. Did you know the man well? Yes, I considered him a friend. Ah, tunc oro ut cum Deo versaretur. Ah, then I pray that he is near to God. Ibi eram quando contigit, aut post factum saltum. I was there when it happened, or right after it happened at least. We're gonna say nothing. Iderat quid de omne tumultu eratne, nos exitatis umnus sed nos scimus quid contingibat. Was that what all the commotion was about? It woke us up, but we didn't know what it was happening. Interesting. Did you see anything unusual around that time? Caupum clamavimus, is estum puer venerunt et turbidi aperurunt. We called out for the innkeeper. He and his boy came out and looked confused. Anything else? Icord dat erin ongeluk was gebur bis het gementilis. Those were some weird words. I heard there was an accident by the town hall. Accidentus non ehat, aliquis quidam materiam, cadere in capute hominis miseridis intentionaliter exsolvit. It was no accident. Someone intentionally loosed some lumber that dropped on the poor man's head. It's true, Dr. Stoltz saw some suspicious figure lurking in the darkness. Quid? Careserat? What? It was murder? Yes, and I'm making a list of suspects. I'm so sorry, just a moment. Do you remember anything else about that night? No, non timeo. I'm afraid not. The entire evening is still shrouded in mystery. It was nice meeting you, gentlemen, but I must attend to other business. Safe journeys. Muchas gracias. Deus vobiscum, Andrea. Many thanks. God be with you, Andreas. Oh, Andreas. Give an annoying opinion on Pliny's natural history. Maybe it's nothing, but the murder has got my mind turning over possible suspects. I've seen Otto and Martin Bauer talking a great deal in the last few weeks. I can't guess what the matter was, but you should know there's something strange about Martin. Well, he's a strange man. No, I don't mean his personality. There's something else. A year before you first came to Tassing, I treated young Martin Bauer for an injury. He cut his side open, falling on a rough fence post. The wood was jagged and tore the skin considerably. It healed quickly enough, but it left a bad scar about 8 inches long, 4 wide. What's so strange about that? I examined him for a minor rash a month ago. He doesn't have the scar anymore. It's completely vanished. Understood. Thank you, Werner. Think nothing of it. Yeah, sure. Maybe Werner's not as bad as I thought. I've occasionally thought poorly of you, but I realize you're an honest and hardworking man. People of Tassing should be proud to have you. I appreciate the sentiment. Until later, Andreas. Well, that was interesting. I wasn't expecting to be reading a whole bunch of Latin. God damn it! What's wrong with you? Blind? Dumb? Calmati, è stato un incidente. Calm down, it was an accident. Lo giuro. I swear. What the hell are you saying? Speak German. Smetila. Come on. Cosa vuoi ci dica? È solo birra. What do you want me to say? It's just beer. Oh, you want to fight? Came to the right place, fancy man. Oh, God. Oh, boy. I don't think this is how you wanted it to go, is it, Master Andreas? Start punching. Hey! A man was murdered in this town. His body is barely cold. I bought drinks for you all to remember him and lighten the burden of his death. I hardly think a drunken brawl is the proper way to remember him. Everyone out! Everyone out! Man. What a time. Yeah, there's always been some weirdness about Martin. Mysterious indeed. Let's see, who do we want to eat with? You can eat with the prioress. Interesting, okay. Is that the mill, it looks like? Somebody in town. Who's the one up in the back? Is that the inventor? Maybe we can go eat with the inventor. I don't think we haven't had a chance to, like, sit down with him. Oh, how's Benjamin and... Are they in here? Whatever happened to Benjamin and his wife? Or did they go... Wait, wasn't the Stein... I think the Steinauers was the midwife, wasn't she? Oh, here they are. Andreas, I'm a bit occupied at the moment. Did you need something? I only need a moment of your time, Agnes. Have you seen these flowers anywhere around Tassing? Ah, yes, these are marsh yellow cups. See the sap dripping from the stems when you squeeze? I always found them east of the shrine of St. Sasha in the forest by the Roman ruins. I didn't know there was anything east of the shrine, much less Roman ruins. You didn't think you learned everything about Tassing on your first visit, did you? Push through the underbrush and you'll find the place and these flowers. Thank you, Agnes. We'll take a look. Good day. Interesting. Okay, well, we can't talk to Benjamin and his wife. Looks like they're having a time in here. Can I go look at that now, or do I need to go eat? Let's see. Let's go take a look, just in case. So we want to go into the forest. And head to the shrine. That was where we saw the dude running. Master, I think I see an opening behind these trees to a deeper area of the forest. Could this be where that mysterious costume figure ran when Otto was murdered? You should see where it leads. It could take a while, though. We'll come back when we have more time. Okay, so we do have to go eat first. Alright. Gotta go have Vespers. Intrigue in the forest. Okay, so I do think it is the inventor guy that we can eat with, so we're gonna go head up there. Because he is also conveniently, like, right next to where Otto died. Greetings, Andreas. You have arrived at the ideal moment. Alright, well, right, less than ideal, considering Otto's recent death. No, we'll just say it's a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy. Indeed, as a death often is. I hope you find a lead, for I have severe doubts about the involvement of the abbot in this gruesome affair. Meanwhile, I am drawing close to the final design of my latest invention. As such, I would very much like to hear your thoughts on it. Of course, you asked me to come share ideas. Splendid. I have been devising something most unique. Come. At present, we have a problem. The peasants suffer under harsh conditions. Do you agree? They do not have it easy, no. They toil constantly, but achieve little over bare subsistence. They are taxed heavily. The peasants grow angrier, hence the nascent troubles across all the lands. It is a dangerous time. So I have devised a tool to lessen their drudgery. Here, take a look at the schematic. Behold, the plow. In front of it, an automaton, man or beast. It matters little, dragging the plow behind it. Have you seen any artificial people before? Oh, we have a couple things. I'm gonna go with the Prague one. The most complex mechanism I've seen is the Orloj in Prague, but sadly it wasn't functional during my visit. Truly a shame. I have not visited either, but I hope to one day. So you understand of what I speak, the intricacies of machinery. Gears within gears, symmetric coils turning a shaft system that leads to a gearing mechanism. Controls that are quite complex, but allow for it to follow a predetermined path. It toils, so the peasant does not have to. Oh my god! Everyone would be happier if they had a good plow. Goddamn. Alright. Would it have enough strength to plow through rough soil? The power output may need tuning, you are correct. The universe reveals itself through the minute intricacies of clockwork. Cool. There are still a few imperfections to work out, but I feel I am on the correct path. Tell me, Andreas, what do you think? Be truthful, there can be no progress without truth. It's great. Truly? You think so? Or are you saying so to spare my feelings? I know it's not true, Andreas. I was just afraid to admit I failed again. My father would not approve. Your father is also an inventor? He is, with a sharp mind and a sharper tongue, if need be. And why did you leave in the first place? I had to prove myself. To my father, I suppose. And my father had attempted to arrange for me a marriage. I did not feel ready. Stay quiet on that one. In any case, there's so much more I have to learn. My inventions have not been as successful as I would like. Perhaps it's because you're lacking the correct frame of mind. What do you mean? If your inventions so far amount to little, you must change your approach. Consider the aesthetic. Look for the substance that emerges from the harmony of paints. I'm not sure the sensibilities of an artist carry over as easily, perhaps. But I thank you, Andreas. I invited you to exchange thoughts, and you have proven most valuable. This conversation has given me much to consider. Oh, I've nearly forgotten. Our mutual friend Werner invited me to dinner. Why don't you and your assistant come along? I'm sure he won't mind. Why not? We'd love to join you. Sure, why not? Ah, Master Mahler, I see you'll be joining us. Baltus invited us, but I don't want to impose. No, it's no imposition. Come, let us pray and begin our meal together. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. I did. Well, we did just, spend, 10 minutes speaking in Latin with him, so... I did not imagine I'd be speaking to you again so soon, Master Mahler. Though I suppose I should have expected to see you. What does that mean? Your master has a penchant for meddling each time a body appears in passing. I didn't mean to meddle, only to help free Brother Piero from a false accusation. A righteous cause, then. Perhaps another individual was killed nonetheless. Lamentable, but yes. What do we got here? Panforte, beef pottage, rabbit. Do the panforte. So, Andreas, how was your time abroad as a master artist? I spent much time in Krakow and had the privilege of studying alongside Hans Dürer. Ah, Albrecht's brother, yes, the Dürers continue to produce such innovative art. What a treat. I had hoped to be more traveled like you, but I am happy enough in Tassing. If only I could find the right formula, I might be able to create powerful light from something other than candles. How ingenious. Ha! With ideas like that, you may find yourself the next Leonardo, Baltus. That's hardly my aim. Besides, weren't you the one who had planned to leave for one of the big cities a few years back? Yes, well, I have plenty of work in Tassing. True, true. It's good that you were around to examine Otto's body. Baltus, do you mind we're eating? Yes, Werner, tell us what you surmised from the inspection. Really, Andreas? Such a description would be great study for art and invention. We rarely have such an opportunity so far from the city. Surely you don't mind telling us about a little, Doctor. I certainly will not play storyteller to a mountainside Leonardo. Shut up, Werner. You know the townsfolk do that to annoy me. Ah, well, there's more than enough to discuss now anyway. You mean the St. John's Eve Festival? Think bigger. Progress, my boy, progress. The wheel of fortune never stops. I believe Baltus is referring to Otto's speeches about the 12 Articles. Yes, the changes this could bring to local law would be impressive. Why, Andreas, I'm impressed you know the legalities of the situation. Oh, I'm no expert, but I briefly studied law in university before becoming an artist. Truly, un homo universale. A universal man. Well, I doubt the abbot would be inclined to change anything, even if Peter appeals to the law. Things are the way they are for a reason. How can that be a good thing? It seems so unfair. Natural law dictates that few will rule over the many. Many people have elaborated on what the Greeks originally wrote about the subject. Anyway, Baltus, how's that absurd contraption of yours coming along? What did you say it was? An automatic plow? It's, making progress, but having trouble generating any interest in it. The power mechanism is a bit finicky, that's all. A bit more time, that's what I need. Say, Andreas, what have you been reading lately? Oh, we have all sorts of options here. I found Lucretius's De Rerum Natura most enlightening. I do admire Lucretius. I find it a fascinating text if one can get a copy. I wasn't aware there had been a translation. I read the Latin, Werner. How wonderful! Does your apprentice read Latin too? Huh? Oh, I can only read a little. You have plenty of time to learn, especially with Andreas as a teacher. Oh dear, and speaking of time, I really must be going. Well, Werner, thank you for the wonderful meal and delightful conversation. I'm so pleased you had room for Andreas and Caspar as well. Yes, well, thank you for stopping by. It's good to see you, Werner. Of course. I must get back to work now. Alright, let's go check out this forest if we can, or if it's going to make us sleep. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. The Nymphaeum. Interesting. Ready to see where this goes, Master? Oh, we can't. We gotta sleep. Goddammit. We gotta look at it tomorrow. Alright. Hello. Oh. He's just vibing. See ya, Killian. Hannah. Hello, Master Mahler. Anything I could do for you? Yes, actually. Well, Martin caused quite the fight the other night. Does he start fights often? No, not usually. I'd heard he used to be quite the troublemaker, but he's been kind to Nico and me. Agnes had to bring Kat back around when he came back. She fell into a dead faint. He was a known thief while I was here years ago. Well, he may be rough at times, but he's never stolen from the inn as far as I know, and I keep a sharp eye. Ah, interesting. Thank you, Hannah. Anything else, Master Mahler? You were pretty vocal against Otto in the town commons. What was that about? Just what I said then. I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially now. We've already had one death in Tassing. We don't need any more. What about the plight of the peasants? They're dying too. I feel for the peasants, truly, but their coin won't keep our doors open. My husband and I need to make a living. The Golden Hand relies on pilgrims and travelers for its business, Andreas. If Otto got his way, everything would be chaos. Swabia is burning as it is. We need the law to live civilized lives, Andreas. What Otto was advocating for scared me. Fabian mentioned you spent a lot of time over by the Rothaus. You must have gotten very familiar with the construction mechanisms, and you know Otto's patterns. Look, Andreas, you're right. I don't like what Otto was advocating, and I disagreed with him. But I was going up to the Rothaus to try and talk him out of opposing the abbot. Not to try and kill him. I have a business and a son to look out for. I want to avoid violence, not cause more of it. I believe you. You're trying to keep the peace. Yes, thank you for hearing me out, Andreas. I should get back to work. If there's something you need, let me know. Is her husband down here? Can we talk to him, too? Nope. What about the guy over here? Oh, he is over here. Nope. He's just vibing with the sword, being a landsnick. Alright. Go to sleep. Are we gonna have another whack court dream, or are we just gonna sleep? Oh. What's happening? Andreas, get up. Wake your boy, too. Why? What's happened now? We're finishing this. You're needed in the commons, now. Let's go! We'll be asking the questions, Mahler. Alright. We'll be dressed and get dressed and be along. Kaspar, wake up. Master Andreas? What's going on? It's the middle of the night. Something's happening in the commons. Peter and the others want us there. We'll be alright, Master Andreas. Peter seems upset, but we should be fine, I think. Alright, now that everyone's here, we can start. Start? Start what? We're holding a trial for Otto's murderer. You're the one with the evidence. Oh boy. about the law? We should wait for a judge, not do this ourselves. We don't have the time, Mahler. While we have the abbot, we can't find justice on our own terms. If we lose this advantage, Father Gernot will make sure no one ever investigates Otto's death. Well, what have you found? We're all waiting. Hold on, I've barely had a day to investigate. I can hardly come to a conclusion so soon. Answer the man! Calm down, everyone. Well, you'd better fucking decide, Mahler. You can watch the damned abbey go up in flames. Be quiet. I have a woman in labor right next door. This behavior is shameful. If she loses her child because of this fighting, it will be on your souls. Agnes is right. I know you want justice for my husband, for your friend. I don't want things to get worse than they already are. Please, Dad, give Andreas a little more time. Fine. Andreas, you've got until that baby is born. After that, we'll claim our justice. Hoo boy. Hello. Good evening. Is it customary in Tassing that people gather in the commons in the middle of the night? We do what needs to be done when it needs to be done. Who's asking? My name is Tristan von Franberg. I'm here on behalf of the Duke of Bavaria. The Duke is aware you've been disturbing and discussing the 12 Articles. He is also aware that you've been disputing conditions of taxation and land with the Abbot of Kiersau. The Duke is merciful. He does not seek to punish Tassing for these disputes, but his mercy has limits. The Duke has become aware you've imprisoned the Abbot and the monks of Kiersau within the Abbey. This is insult. This is rebellion. For this, there can be neither tolerance nor mercy. You have until sunset tomorrow to vacate Kiersau Abbey and release the Abbot and all monks. If this is not done, the Duke's soldiers will enter the town and Abbey in force. As certain as night follows day, they will kill every man and boy who stands in their way. What? God protect us. We never wanted to threaten the Abbot, sir. He wouldn't listen to our demands. We're starving. Such efforts were necessary since the townsfolk are suffering under the Abbot's increased taxes. The Duke is aware of the town's complaints and finds some merit in them. He believes some concessions can be made regarding the death tax and use of forest for wood. Of course, only under strict condition the Abbot is released unharmed. And what do the peasants get? What about our taxes? What about the right to use the woods for grazing, for fishing? The Duke is unwilling to make additional concessions. You can release the Abbot and take what is offered, or you can remain defiant and face the consequences. It will yield you little. Save steel and fire. Sunset tomorrow. Well then. Fuck. Definitely going to investigate those woods. Oh, hello again. Seems like we all came out of that brawl all right. It would seem so, yes. Tavern fights are dangerous. You never know who you'll run into, especially in a glance, with a place with a lot of strangers. Saw a fight back in Muhldorf. Wish I hadn't watched a man die right in front of me. In a tavern fight? Men can die anywhere, I suppose. You just don't expect to see it when you're having a beer. The thing is... I should... never mind. What is it? It's just the talk of murder in the town made me think of something. Ooh, that's a lot of pluses. I don't want to get an innocent man in trouble, but... that man, the one they call Martin, who started the fight with the foreign doctor. He looks like someone I knew back in Muhldorf. A young man named Jobst Faberer. He's the one who killed the poor man in the tavern 6 years ago, this past April. Just flew out of town, fast as his legs could carry him, never saw him again. Until today. Maybe. I'll let you get on with your day. Okay. Alright, to the woods, to the woods, to the woods! Ready to see where this goes, Master. Let's get going. Oh, cool. What are these buildings? What is this place? Some kind of Roman ruin like the aqueduct in the meadow. Look, Master Andreas, the flowers. Ah, finally, maybe we'll find something useful after all. Let's look around. A Roman depiction of a nymph. There's an inscription underneath, probably a dedication. The Romans believed that keeping the nymph of the spring happy would ensure the water stayed fresh. The cistern must have doubled as her temple. Interesting. I didn't expect to see any Latin inside the aqueduct. Quintus set these stones while Aulus fucked. Aulus knew how to have a good time. A lot of these flowers are growing here. Latin is carved sloppily into the stone. That's odd. We work and the prefect gets paid. Jupiter, may he be paid justly. Sounds like what the peasants are saying. Even the Romans struggled under harsh restrictions and taxes. We haven't come so far after all. Another inscription, still in good shape. To the nymph, Tassia, Julia Metella gave 3 denarii willingly, deservedly. Man, it's a good thing we can read all this Latin. Is that what it looks like, Master Andreas? Yes, the costume the killer was wearing when they ran past us. We have to examine it for the DNA. Take it down to the lab. So much for us finding it in the home of the killer. Well, perhaps there's a clue inside. Oh! When Florian examined the coat of Baron Rothvogel, we I have you, Master Andreas. Caspar, go get help. I won't let you fall. It's not a long drop. Just get someone to bring a rope. I can't abandon you, Master. Bringing me a rope isn't abandoning me. I suppose that is true. Well... Well, we're all wet, but I don't think I hurt anything. I guess it wasn't really that long of a fall. The important thing is that you aren't hurt. Let's focus on getting out of here. Of course, Master. I wish we had a little more light down here. I can't see a thing, can you? I'm gonna look around and see if I can find a way out. Well, we'll let Caspar get a little light together for us. There we go. Does this work? I must admit, I'm impressed. Just remembered how flammable these brush rags are. Why are you carrying around the flint and steel? Well, you never know when you might need some fire. Quoderat demonstrandum. Thus it has been demonstrated. What is this place? A cistern. It must collect water from the spring to feed it into the aqueduct. The aqueduct in the meadow? I suppose so. Then all we need to do is follow it back. Perhaps. Looks like the tunnel collapsed here, Master. Must lead towards the town. Looks like there's a gap. Do you want me to try to squeeze through? Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. Of course, Master. There must be another way we can go. Hello, Pumpkin. Okay, so we have a door there. Yes. Hello. A Okay, and that takes us out there. Okay, let me go check in that door real quick. Where do you think this goes? Well, it goes up, so it probably leads out. I don't think I can squeeze through that gap. We'll need to find something to move the rocks, something to give us leverage. Wait. Huh? Never mind, let's find a way out of here. Hey, buddy. I don't really have an area for you right now. I'm kind of scooted up to my desk. You can sit over in her chair. There's a big grate. Maybe we can get out that way. It's too high for either of us to reach. Lie on my shoulders and see if you can push it out of the way. Uppies. It looks like a kitchen? The Abbey kitchen. What else is up here? I don't think so. It's big, though. Of course, you must be under the convent. Do you see any of the nuns? No. Hello? Nothing. Where could they be? I doubt the sisters loiter in the kitchen all day long. Can you lift the grate off? There's something heavy above me. I can only lift it a little. I don't think I can squeeze through. I might be able to reach. I got a fire poker. That might come in handy. Hold on to it for now. Of course, Master. Okay. Into the crypt, huh? Okay, and that's all busted. Oops. Oh. Is this a door? It appears to be so. A strange one. Where does it go? I'll try to nudge it. I can't say, but it must have been built much more recently than the rest of the aqueduct. Can we get out this way? What's that sound, Master? Snoring? Is someone sleeping on the other side of the door? Hey, wake up! What should we do, Master? Well, we already have the poker from the convent kitchen. We can try that on the stones and try to get out. Of course. Who the hell is that? I didn't recognize that guy. It's a guy in red. Okay, that was the one that was the Abbey. Or the convent. Oh, wait, it was the ones in the little room. That's right. Wrong rocks. Try using the fire poker from the kitchen to shift the rocks out of the way. Wait, I still hear something. Ooh. You shouldn't come here during the day. I had to. The farmers are out for blood. And? Did you fail to notice the soldiers gathering around the town? When the fighting starts, we need to be indoors. You know that's not why I'm here. Then quit wasting my time and get to the point. Don't play stupid. We both wanted Otto gone. Now he is. I didn't kill him, did you? Why would you ask me such a thing? Because of the note, you stupid cow. Because of the note that sent you into hysterics. Because you're behaving like a woman who's committed a murder and is afraid of being caught. How could you? Stop. Doesn't matter. I don't care if you did or didn't. He's dead. The idiot peasants can beat the ground with their pitchforks and nothing will come of it. What about that artist, Andreas? He could be a problem. Have you done anything to raise his suspicions? I don't think so. Good. Then just wait. Time will run out for Peter and the rest of his worthless kind. By evening, the Duke's men will overrun the town. The farmers don't stand a chance. The abbot will stay in power, pilgrims will keep coming to the shrine and staying at your inn. Yes, good. Thank you for putting my mind at ease. Be quiet. Go home. Don't come here again unless it's for a quick fuck. If you want comfort, talk to your fat husband. Don't bother me with your hysteria. Of course, I'm sorry. Damn, great guy. Well then. Bombshell discovered. Hello, Pumpkin. I'm glad we're finally out of there, Master. What a strange adventure. Do you think Mistress Hannah could have killed Otto? He's only been pretending to care about the town's safety. She's only concerned with the shrine staying open. Why would that make her want to kill Otto? If the peasants overthrew the abbot, they might, loot. Loot. I was wondering what that was going to change to. Loot or destroy the shrine. Without the hand of St. Moritz, there's not much reason for pilgrims to travel to Kearsau. There hardly be any visitors to the Golden Hand. Exactly. Now we know Hannah has motive. It's possible she'd kill to protect her family's inn. You need to talk to Nico and Killian just to see how committed she was. But first, let's go back to the Golden Hand and clean up. People get suspicious if we walk around town like this. Buddy. Come here. Let me put a blanket so you have something to lay in. 1 second. Come here. Come here. Here. Go down. Go down in your cave. There you go. Oh. Good idea, Master. Interesting. Hello, Master Mahler. Anything I can do for you? That was some fight, wasn't it? Yes, I'm glad it didn't get too out of hand. Samuel is a helpful, if expensive guest to have on hand. No matter now. Fights aren't common in Tassing, but I suppose it was just a matter of time. With Otto's death and all the revolts around, everyone's on edge, especially the pilgrims. You must want a break from all the work sometimes, a way to let off steam. I don't understand, Andreas. Hello, Coco, as well. We're having both the cats visiting us right now. I know what you do by the Roman ruins. Oh. Ah. Oh, God. How did you know? Did Lenhart tell you? I overheard the two of you talking by the old aqueduct. Oh, God, Lenhart was right. Damn it, Andreas, what do you want from me? Why did you do it? Lenhart is handsome, strong, forthright. He knows what he wants, a proper man. Not like Nico. Nico's so boring, weak. He avoids taking a stance, avoids making the tough choices. I see, so when it comes to tough choices, if you're willing to cheat, there's no telling what else you could have done. My God, Andreas, are you accusing me of killing Otto? Listen, I've made my mistakes and I'll atone for them. Being with Lenhart is the worst of it. I wouldn't kill Otto. I disagree with the man, yes, but kill him? I went up to the Rathaus to try and talk him out of opposing the abbot. I have a business and a son to look out for. I want to avoid violence, not cause more of it. Okay. So, some involvement, maybe. Alright. Hello, Killian. Do you have a moment? Sure. Is there something wrong with your room? No, I wanted to know if you noticed anything odd about your mother lately. Odd? How? Does she ask you to watch the inn by yourself very often? Oh, well, sometimes I guess. Dad and I look after the place more in the evenings when she gets tired, but lately she's been leaving during sex. She says she brings food to the townsfolk at the Rathaus. Coco buddy. Guys! Coco, come on, get down here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There you go. There was one other time. Yes? Mom left in a hurry one night. When I was cleaning up around the bar, I found this note. Ooh. He will destroy the abbey. Hell will swallow the hand of St. Moritz, the Rathaus after St. John's fire. Another note. I've seen several like this before. Oh, but what does it mean? St. John's fire. I wonder if that means the bonfire. I think the note was meant for your mother. I think that's why she left in a hurry. Perhaps. The note says the hand of St. Moritz is in danger. The inn makes most of its income on pilgrims traveling to see the hand, right? Yes, but who would want to destroy the hand of St. Moritz? It's a holy relic. Peter and the peasants are ready to revolt. If things get violent, it might get destroyed in the skirmish. So someone was warning my mom with this note? It seems so. Mom doesn't like Otto's ideas. She and Dad argue about it sometimes. When she left for the Rathaus of Food, I think she was trying to find Otto. Just don't say anything to Dad, alright? He doesn't need to know. Alright. Thank you for bringing it to me, Killian. This helps my investigation. It does? I'm glad I can help then. You should get back to work. See you later, Master Mahler. Until then. Master Mahler, if it's not too forward, I was wondering if you would do my family the honor of joining us for a meal. Of course, sure. Andreas, welcome. It's always a pleasure to have new conversation at our table about what's been going on in town. Yes, a fresh perspective is always welcome. The inn always benefits from different opinions. I'm always happy to share my thoughts. Thank you for having us. Good, let's tuck in. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord, amen. So, Master Mahler, I hear that this is a return visit to Tassing. Has the town changed much since your last visit? Things seem to be harder for everyone, especially the peasants. Yes, the Golden Hand is doing well for itself, but watching the peasants struggle is difficult. Times are hard for everyone, even at the Abbey, I'm sure. The Abbot just won't admit how the Abbey is struggling. He does seem like a prickly sort of man. You have no idea. The Abbot was harsh before, but he seems much more severe now. I understand his need to enforce the rules, but being needlessly strict is different. What do we got here? Pork and bread pottage, pork pie, salmon. Oh, salmon. Otto had been getting more and more vocal with his speeches. I'm sure you heard his most recent one, Andreas. I want to support the peasants in their troubles, but I do worry Otto's death will stir up more trouble than it's worth for the inn. Peasants aren't bothering us, Nico. They need to speak their minds. Besides, their coin counterbalances any lost revenue from the Abbey and its guests. I think Otto had the right idea. These restrictions have gone on too long. What's a little trouble if it brings reprieve to the peasants? Doing the right thing is always best, but I don't know how involved I ought to get in the whole business. The matter is not for us to decide anyway. Hey, I don't know Ulrich say he saw more of the Duke's soldiers near town today. That's nothing but a rumor, Killian. That could cause problems for Tassel, especially if the abbot gets involved. Oh, I don't think the abbot would call the soldiers into town to start trouble. You've seen the soldiers more recently, Andreas. What do you think? Times are changing, and the peasants know it. The abbot better keep up if he wants to keep the peace. True. If the abbot agreed to deal with the peasants' demands, then all would be resolved quickly. Peter didn't seem like he would take no for an answer. The abbot and Peter are both stubborn men. By the grace of God, things will be resolved peacefully. Not likely. Hannah, you were pretty vocal after Otto's speech the other day. Really? You spoke up, Mom? I thought you said you weren't going to get involved, Hannah. Oh, I'm just looking out for the peasants. I didn't think a few words would cause any harm. I understand. It's difficult to not want to fix things. I agree, Andreas, but I'm afraid I may have been wrong to speak out. No matter what happens, we are part of the community. Being involved in what happens is important. Speaking of the community, I should get back to work. Yes, there's always much to do. Thank you for sharing your perspective, Andreas. Thank you for the meal, Hannah. It was excellent. You're welcome. Back any time, especially so Killian can learn more from Caspar's well-behaved example. Mom! Alright. Well, if we go up to the inn, or not the inn, the abbey, I think we can still get in there. Maybe we can go see who this person down sleeping by the stuff is. Kind of a mess down here. What the heck? Peter's ordered everyone to keep out of the library. Oh no, the peasants looted everything in here too. This may be more difficult than I had thought. We should still look around and see if anything is left. Oh, look, a journal. It might be Guy's ledger. Let's take a look. I don't understand any of this. Let me take a look at these entries. The Abbey's income, mostly donations from pilgrims. It's not much. And these are the Abbey's expenses. Some of these numbers are awfully high. Wait a minute. I think I see now. Guy is using double bookkeeping, a difficult type of accounting to understand. The Abbey is struggling to make ends meet, but the accounts seem to balance out. Oh, this page is not part of the ledger. It's just a sheet of parchment with a few notes. Why was it tucked away in the ledger like this? I should hang on to it just in case something doesn't feel right. Okay. Hello again, Coco. Can I... Can I see my screen? Nobody up there. Well, what's in the library? So we can still get in there. Buddy, hey. Coco, get down. Come here, get down. Don't mess with that. Come here. Coco, come here. Coco, buddy, come here. Hey, Coco. Come on. Get down. There you go. Oh, hello.
Who is there? Is it you, Lord, come to claim my soul?
It's Andreas, Brother Haydock.
Oh, Andreas. Dear boy.
You don't look so good.
I have been better. The escape to the library winded me.
Hey, Coco, buddy. Coco. Don't stop messing with that. Come here. Coco. Come here. Hey, come here. Hey, buddy, come here. Down here. Coco. Hey. Buddy, come here. Coco. Coco, come here. Come here. Come here. Come on down. Come here. Stay down, please.
I feel aches, a heavy heart, but it will pass if God wills it.
Could someone help you, Florian, or...
Do not concern yourself with me, Andreas. The others. Make sure the others are well.
I will do what I can.
Good.
Coco! Buddy! Stay down there.
Must rest.
Keep holding on, Brother Haydock. Can't speak to Gurnet? Okay. Andreas? Brother Guy? It seems like it'd be quite a risk for you to come through the crypt to see us. Shouldn't you be out trying to prove someone killed Otto? Someone who isn't the abbot? That's exactly why I'm here. I need to talk to you. Oh, I'll help in any way I can. Do go on. Oh, why can't I talk to him about that? Andreas Mahler. I am, as always, glad to see you, but surely you put yourself at risk by sneaking in here. You cannot keep yourself out of danger and trouble, can you? I do seem to have a knack for it. May God watch over you and grant safe passage through harm. Why have you come to the library? I wanted to see how you all are holding up. We are not out of danger if that is what you have in mind. The peasants are on edge. We are stuck. You fear they truly want more violence? They might not be trained soldiers, but it does not take much military acumen to burn down a building full of books. If they hurt the abbot or damage the abbey, the Duke's armies will not show leniency. Believe me, a direct confrontation with real soldiers will end in a slaughter. You said much about the peasants. What of you and your brothers? Oh, I am well, Andreas. I have been through worse, the Battle of Cosmin, the Siege of Dornet Castle, death and suffering. Too much of that, perhaps, for a young mind. Long enough ago by now. Here, others would hold my attention. I worry about Volkberg and Rudiger. They are gentle people, not able to withstand this terror and violence. I am especially worried about Adok. I tried talking to him, he didn't look good. He is old and frail, his health has grown worse since we fled here. He marks the pains of his chest. I'm cut off from my tools. Were it not so, I'm unsure of what might help against his affliction. Perhaps Salvia Salvatrix, or Papave Somniferum. I'm willing to do what I can to help. You are good of heart, Andreas. Asking Sister Gertrude might be most prudent. She knows the plans best. Be safe, Andreas. You as well, Brother Florian. No. Volkbert, it's going to be all right.
How could you know that, Lucas?
Trust in Providence, brother. The Lord guides us through Gethsemane.
They're going to hurt us.
They won't. Look, Andreas is here. He will help. I'm not sure what I can actually do.
I knew it. You will only get us into more trouble.
What are you saying? Andreas saw the previous murder. He'll think of something, right? I'm sure of it.
I don't want to die.
You're not going to.
We all will. No, please.
Folkbert, peace and calm. Think of the heavenly realms of us, where angels sing praise to our Lord every day.
Will I join them if I die?
We all join the choir one day. But you won't die here, Folkbert. Listen to Andreas. He will help us. Stay safe, brothers. I'll try to solve this mess before anyone else gets hurt.
Unser Trossen hat fast hat Sankte Petri gemacht. Nasser Gederin se imo den gentleman. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison.
Brother Rudiger, what is that poem?
Rahapa told me to mortem humertis potum. Derin maker skeren, derin millenarian. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison.
Rudiger, what was that song?
I think it's an old song from around Tolls, Andreas.
I've never heard it before.
It's generally not a part of any hymnals, but I believe it helps soothe him. I worry about Brother Rudiger. He has been deep in prayer since we fled to the library. All his violence and strife does not conform with his gentle soul.
You really care for him, don't you?
He's a kind and thoughtful man. Who wouldn't? You'll find out who killed Otto, won't you?
I have to. There's too much at stake.
See, I told you. Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison.
Brother Rudiger, why don't you sing for the others to hear?
The others?
Yes, all your brothers. You're the cantor. Yours is the voice that leads them.
I don't know.
You can do it. I believe in you, and Matthew believes in you.
We all do.
Alright, I suppose I can try. Bam.
Unser Trottin hat versandt, Sancte Petre gewalt, dass mag dienen Jan, selmodingen den Mann, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison.
That was awesome. Fucking love Gregorian chant, stuff like that. Das ihr Machinarians as himo de gentleman. Indeed, Rudiger.
Hello, Brother Wacław. Do you have a moment? Of course, Andreas. What do you need?
I was hoping to seek your guidance about who may have killed Otto.
I don't know how much I can help you, Andreas. I'm afraid I didn't concern myself too much with Tassing's troubles.
Surely you can recall something Otto did that made someone angry.
Otto was not always an easy man to get along with. He's clashed with several brothers here over the years.
Anything recently?
Let me think. Several of the brothers were upset when he demanded Father Gernot reveal the Abbey's financial records.
He does have a point. The Abbey's still doing well compared to the peasants.
It's not his place.
Who is the most upset?
Andreas, I shouldn't bring up Abbey concerns to outsiders.
Just tell me so I have something to tell Peter.
So you could implicate one of the brothers in Otto's death? No, Andreas, not for your convenience. Enough of this. God bless you, Andreas.
Well, I'm surprised I can't, like, bring up the records that I found to Guy. Because I was like, hey, I want to talk to you about stuff, and then we couldn't. So, What would be... Well, I feel like there was something else at that thing in the woods. Like, past the hole we fell into, like, there was something else to look at in there. We didn't get to because we fell down in the cistern. Can we go back there? No, we can't go back there. Okay. Yeah? Probably the chicken stuff. Yeah. Anything down here? There's been like nothing down here by these mines.
Master Andreas, more flowers.
Oh, these are just flowers we can look at. So, I mean, maybe we can, I guess we can maybe go talk to Martin's family. Maybe talk to Kat. I guess we could talk to Smokey. Smokey's the guy who knows shit. Nope, can't talk to Smokey. Anything in the church? Oh, Tilia. Okay. Andreas, enjoy the bonfire? Up until the murder, I suppose. They only seem to happen when you're here. What are you doing back here, anyway? I came to pay my respects to Brother Piero. Why? He can't hear you. He's gone. For my own sake, I suppose. All right, I understand that. Stupid, but I understand it. Can't imagine why anyone would come to Tassing unless they were desperate. Do you work for Father Thomas? Work for? I'm his slave. I clean this damn church and keep his house so I have a roof over my head. Around the time the Baron was murdered, I lost my home. That bastard, the abbot, took it from me. Now I have to rely on the charity of the church. I hate the church as much as the abbey. I wish there were a hell so I could send a lot of these holy men there. I understand. You don't. You can't. No matter. Do you know anything about Otto's murder? No, why would I? Why do you care? I'm just asking. You never know who might have seen or heard something. Well, I haven't. Are we done? Alright. Oh, Andreas, what have you come back to? This is all awful. Just awful. I should never have allowed Claus to publish the 12 articles. This is what happens when common people get agitated by reading nonsense. Nonsense? Is that what you think of the 12 articles? I spoke rashly. There is merit to the fundament of the 12 articles, of course. There is even merit in the ideas of Martin Luther, but I'm not about to advocate that peasantry read his works. These pamphlets, these books, can make people crazed, furious. Mr. Romilly and I have seen what happens when good people become part of a mob. Here in Tassing? Thankfully, no, it was much earlier. Before we came to Tassing, I was a priest at a town near a Benedictine convent. The town was full of good people. But the good people were whipped into a panic by an educated neighbor, the town doctor. He had read the Mullis Maleficarum. It had put ideas into his head. The author knew even less about women than he did about magic. One thing the book's author and the doctor shared was a contempt and hatred for... In the convent, the doctor saw a coven of witches. The sister Amelie, he saw not a mystic, but a woman possessed by evil spirits speaking blasphemy. Surely the local magistrate didn't believe that. No, he did not, but that didn't matter. The doctor inflamed his neighbor's fears. No matter what I did, no matter what I said, it made no difference. They wouldn't listen to reason. They wouldn't listen to scripture. In the dead of night, they gathered at the convent and set fire to it. Sister Amelie was lucky to escape with her life. The rest of the nuns were not as fortunate. So I'm all too aware of what can happen when a mob forms. I should have known it would happen again. This is my fault. You can't blame yourself for this, Father. Why not? I share more than a small measure of responsibility. You think that Otto's death would have shocked the farmers into abandoning a hopeless cause? It's only inflamed them.
Well, do what you can to keep the peasants calm. I'm still looking for Otto's killer. I will, but I fear this has all gone beyond my control. I suppose there's no good fretting about what happened. I have to minister to the people of the town as best as I can given the circumstances, and pray for the best. Speaking of which, I need to hear the confessions for the townsfolk. It grieves me to say this, but with soldiers on their way, this might be the last confession some of them will have. I have to give priority for the locals, of course, but if you wait a few hours, I can hear you. You don't have to, of course, but I would be remiss if I didn't offer. Heck, that sounds just fine to me. Oh, good. It may take a while to get through everyone, but you're welcome to stay and pray. Yeah, let's listen to confession. Let's see what that gets. Benedictum, bless you. Dominus sit vobiscum. The Lord be with you. I confess to God, to Blessed Mary, ever Virgin, to Blessed Michael the Archangel, and Blessed John the Baptist, and the holy apostles Peter and Paul, and to Blessed Lutherius. Coco, buddy. I don't want to keep telling you this. Come on, get down. Get down. Come on. You're not supposed to play with those cords. Come here, buddy. Coco, come here. Coco, come here. Come on. Come here, buddy. Down here. Come here. Down here. Nope. Stop messing with those. Come here. Come here. Coco, buddy. Come here. Come on. Come down. Coco. Come here. Get down. Oh my gosh. Okay. Cassian and blessed Juvenal, along with all the saints and you, Father, through my fault. Through my fault. What is it you have come to confess, Paul? I disobeyed my father to go down to the ruins to draw. How many times? 3. You must have known it was wrong every time. Why did you keep doing it? I don't know. I just think it's a stupid rule. He's right. It's stupid. You're not wrong. Is there anything else, Paul? I had impure thoughts about a girl. How many times? I don't think I can remember. A lot. Alright, anything else? Well, Father, I need to say it quietly. That's fine, Paul. Gaspar, go light a candle. I saw my father with a woman at the ruins. They were having carnal relations. That's a serious matter, Paul, but you're not here to tell me the sins of others. If they want to confess, they know where to find me. All right, Father. Obey your father. Avoid the temptation to think about girls. God wants us to live in harmony with Christ wants us to live in harmony with our family. You cannot be in harmony if you are disobedient to your parents. And if you find yourself thinking about girls, pray to the Blessed Virgin for strength. Yes, Father. Father Thomas? What is it, Paul? Are we going to be alright? I mean, the soldiers. Coco! Buddy! Come here. What? Why do you want those cords so bad? Come here. Cat extraction. Why don't you stay right here on my lap? Instead of messing with those, okay? You can even go under the blanket. How about that? Blanket cape. There you go. I don't know what's going to happen, Paul, but I do know we are saved. Trust in that. Trust in God. Alright, I will, Father. For your penance, say 5 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers. Yes, Father. Dominus noster Jesus Christus, te observate ego obsertorite ipsius, te absolvab omni, vinuculo excommunicationis, et interdicti in quantum possum et tu indicis. May our Lord Jesus Christ absolve you, and by his authority absolve you from every bond of excommunication and interdict, in as much as I am able and you require. Viende ego te absolvo a peccatis tuis in domine patris, effigiu spiritus sancti. Amen.
Coco, do not jump up there again. Stay down. Jesus Christ, guy.
What did he say? Paul saw his father, the woman at the Roman ruins. Well, we saw him there with Hannah. That's right, we did.
Okay. Baker's wife.
What have you come to confess, Gret? Well, father, I argued with my husband about his support of the peasants.
Orc is the head of your household, but it's not sinful for you to disagree about things.
It's a serious matter. The peasants are trying to change the way things have always been. When people try to change the place's way of life, they're playing with fire, with sin. Is Ulrich's soul in danger? I know Ulrich is a good Christian, but I worry that the peasants will become violent. I thought Otto's death might shock the peasants into abandoning their cause, but it only inflamed them. Oh God, poor Otto. Master Andreas, do you think Gret could have killed Otto?
Gret couldn't kill a mouse, much less a man.
Well, you know her better than I do. It's all right, Gret. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I'm here to listen to your confession. No, no, Father, thank you. I appreciate it. Of course. Now remember what I said about the difference between disagreeing and disobeying. Yes, Father. God wants our families to be in harmony, but there is room for disagreement, especially on something so important. Now for your penance, say 2 Hail Marys and an Our Father. Thank you, Father, I will.
The whole concept of, like, confession is just so strange to me. Like, especially with, like, the whole, like, say some stuff, and that's fine. Because, I mean, you know, sure, we had, like, you know, like, the concept of, like, repentance in, like, the church that I grew up with that I don't go to anymore. And stuff like that. But, like, it just seems so strange being, like, you just have to go say, like, Hail Mary a bunch of times, and Our Father a bunch of times. Like, I don't know. But like, it literally is just being, like, as far as I remember, let me double check. Yeah, it's a prayer to the Virgin Mary. I guess it's from the book of Luke. Yeah. Yeah, it's a prayer to Mary from the book of Luke. So basically it's saying, like, go say this prayer from the book of Luke like 5 times. And I'm guessing the Our Father one is the, like, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I'm guessing it's probably that one. From, I don't remember which book that one's from. But yeah, I think it's just like say those particular scriptural prayers several times over. And ta-da, your sin is gone. Or something. Which just seems like a strange absolution. Okay, so we got Gret, we got that guy. Hey, where'd Martin go? Martin was here. It would be just our luck if the killer had no conscience about this whatsoever. It's the little girl! Oh, God!
What have you come to confess, Anna? This will be a waste of time.
We can't pick who comes to confession.
Father, I stole things from people during St. John's Eve.
How did you do that?
I waited until the bonfire, and then I went out and I just took things when people weren't looking. It is a serious sin, Anna. What did you steal? From whom? A candle from Agnes's house. I took a cup from Johann Bauer's house. And a letter from Martin Bauer's house. A letter? Why, I haven't even taught you to read yet. I don't know, it just looked fancy, and the ink was a pretty color. See, this is dumb.
Well, that is interesting.
Well, Anna, you have to return them, all of them, and you have to apologize to the people you stole from. Apologize? Can't I return them in secret? They probably don't even know they're gone. No, and if you keep this up, you're going to wind up like Martin Power did. Martin found God and his family again, but not every wayward child story ends with happily as that of the prodigal son. I'm sorry, Father. Apologize to God and to the people you stole from. Yes, Father. As additional penance, say 5 Hail Marys and 5 Our Fathers. Yes, Father.
Huh. A letter in fancy print. I wonder if we'll have the time to be able to go and get that.
What have you come to confess? You were just here for Easter. Don't tell me the... Well, Father, I laid with my late brother's wife on St. John's Eve.
But what? Alright, I admit that was unexpected.
This is the 3rd year in a row. Father, please keep your voice down.
I can't hear them, can you? I'll go light a candle this time.
3 times. 3 times in 3 years, Johann. I don't mean for it to happen, Father. We just get carried away by St. John's bonfire. Don't you bring St. John into this. Sorry, Father. This has to stop, Johann. God's forgiveness is limitless, but you must truly repent for your sin. I don't know what's in your heart, but he does. If you do not recognize the sin in yourself, you are as far from salvation as we are from Jerusalem. Yes, Father. For penance, say 5 decades of Hail Marys, and don't forget the Our Fathers. 5? That will take forever, Father. You'll burn in the fires of hell forever if you don't stop this, Johann Bauer. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Father. Oh, and Father, I can't spare a confession.
Fenning, right now, I'm sorry.
It's alright, Johann, you don't need to give me anything. It's more important to help your family right now. Thank you, Father.
Oh, the coin, the Fennig, that's right.
Oh, Father, if I die, if the soldiers kill me,
Yes?
will I go to hell?
I don't know, Johann. Please don't let it come to that for everyone's sake.
I'll do what I can, Father.
Okay. Well, that was interesting, but I don't think that will help with the murder. The fancy letter is definitely the most interesting one so far. Appears Johann has done this before a couple of times.
Did he say anything about the murder?
No, unfortunately.
Sorry, Master Andreas. Maybe the next one will go better.
Andreas, it's your turn. Just wait here, Kaspar. Alright, let's confess. Confess! Confess!
Would you mind if we moved right to the confession part, Father? It's been a long day. I think God will understand, but make it a good confession. What would you like to confess, Andreas?
I can start with the brothels and the drinking, I suppose.
Are you still at it, Andreas? It's an empty life, and put your head and your heart so far from God.
Perhaps it is in my nature, Father.
It is in man's nature to sin, but Christ gave us a path to redemption.
In Krakow, my path always led me toward the town hall and the brothels around them.
So many large cities seem to be turning into dens of iniquity. They have cast off customs and traditions of their forefathers, nothing to the observance of God's law. Why do you persist in patronizing these places?
Just lonely, I suppose.
Andreas, these pleasures of the flesh in which you divulge are leaving you spiritually indignant.
I am lost, Father.
You must not lose hope, Andreas. Look for God in your heart, and you will find him. It grieves me to hear that you are in pain, and this pain is leading you to error. I cannot know what course will lead you to happiness, but God does. When you return to Nuremberg, seek counsel from your wife and from your priest.
Yes, Father.
For your penance, say 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers. And when you feel despair, remember that hopelessness is among the gravest sins against God. It offends him because no matter how dire things may seem, there is always salvation through Christ's sacrifice.
Gotta stop being a slut. Well, we should go check into the, well, I might as well do my penance now. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with you. Blessed are you among women, and blessed is the fruit of your womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners now at the hour of our death. Amen. Wow, we're doing all our Hail Marys and Our Fathers right now. All right. Yeah, it literally is just say these prayers. What was it? 3 Hail Marys and 2 Our Fathers, I think it was. Yeah, 3 Hail Marys, 2 Our Fathers. Yep, Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we have also forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. I can feel my sins. My sins, they're washing away. Oh, that's it. 3 Hail Marys and 2 Lord's Prayers. I hope Caspar isn't too bored. He's asleep. Caspar, wake up. Andreas. Oh, Amelie. Sister Amelie, are you alright? I'm fine. My body pains me, but my spirit soars. Good? Yes. You were listening to their confessions, weren't you? Yes, I was hoping to learn something about Otto Zimmerman's murder. Many tell their confessors that which they would speak to their closest loved ones. Did you hear something we missed? It sounded like a waste of time to me. Not today, but I did hear someone else confessing in here the other day. Brother Guy came here to confess to Father Thomas. Oh, right, after he was talking to us. Interesting. Brother Guy wanted to confess to Father Thomas for 2 reasons. First, he was confessing about stealing money from the abbey. I can see why he wouldn't want to confess that to the abbot. Second, he knew Father Thomas was suspicious of his role in managing the abbey's money. If Brother Guy confessed to him, Brother Thomas would be bound to secrecy by the seal of confession. He also said Otto Zimmerman confronted him about the abbey's finances while he was doing repairs. Otto saw Brother Guy writing in the abbey's ledger and demanded to see it. Otto said he'd prove the abbey was hoarding money one way or another. That doesn't sound good. Sounds like Guy had motive to see Otto dead. Oops. Why are you telling us this, Sister Amelie? I am just a woman, dead to the world, abiding in this cell. But I still have eyes that see and ears that hear. Brother Guy has abused the trusts of Father Gernot and Father Thomas both. And in so doing, he has profaned the sacrament of confession to shield himself from justice. This is the least I could do. We will do what we can to see that Guy's misdeeds come to light. I must pray now. God be with you both. Oh, shit. Guy. Okay. I'm not sure. If only we found more evidence in Guy's ledger. But if Otto forced the abbot... Hey, Coco, stay down. Forced the abbot to review the ledger. The abbot realized that Guy was stealing money from the abbey. Hey, Coco. No. Because Amelie said that Otto had seen the ledger or something and was trying to show that, like, the abbey had more money than it let on and was, like, taking money from the peasants. And Otto was going to prove it to everybody that... Oh, I wonder if that was what Otto was talking about before he died. Because Otto was saying that he said he had something that would prove that God was on their side. I wonder if that's what it was. Was like the proof that there's some money fuckery with the abbey. And being like the abbey isn't with God. Everyone will be waiting to hear my evidence now. Alright. Didn't mean to hit that. Alright. We don't have much time, so let's get this over with. I know some of you are frightened. Some of you want to give up. But we have to see this through. Maybe we can't get what we've been fighting for, but we can get justice for Otto. That's right. Dad, what about the Duke's soldiers? They've been getting closer all day. I know, that's why we have to do this before it's too late. All we need now is for Andreas to tell us who did it. No more stalling, Andreas. We need to know who killed Otto, and we need to know now. Can Andreas even tell us the truth? I'll tell you so that justice can be served, not so you can fulfill your revenge.
Andreas is right. Violence is not the answer. The guilty party should face the law, not a mob. I'm not debating this, Ulrich. We're out of time. Acting now is the only way to get justice. We can't let anything stop us. A name, Andreas. Just give us a name. We'll do the rest. She made it, everyone. She made it. Rachel gave birth to a baby girl. Quiet, quiet. Everyone needs to stay back and give Rachel space. Yes, Agnes, of course. All is well, praise God.
Mazel tov! Safe and sound and a baby girl, Baruch Hashem. With everything going on, with everything that could have happened.
God be praised.
Peter, I'm sorry. I can't keep supporting you anymore. I understand your cause, but I need to protect my daughter and keep my friends safe. I've already lost Marie and Bert. I can't bear to lose anyone else. If bowing to the Duke's wishes will protect us, I'll do it gladly. I believe in the cause, Peter, but not at the cost of any more violence. This is a stressful time for us all. Please excuse me, everyone. I need a moment to myself. Oh man, Klaus.
Maybe he's right. How can you all so easily give up?
That soldier said the Duke would consider concessions for the town if we release the abbot. Surely that will be enough.
There's room in the law to allow peaceful resolution. We should trust Andreas' expertise and judgment, and trust in law as well. Force will not solve anything. Letting the abbot go would be justice, wouldn't it? If he's not the one who killed Otto. Townsfolk don't understand. Letting the abbot go won't fix anything. If we can't get the concessions we need, all the peasants will starve and die in the end, and then where will Tassing be? Besides, Otto's death needs to be vindicated. Don't walk away from this now, Ulrich.
I have not swayed from the cause, Peter, rest assured.
But Ulrich, this isn't your fight. Brett, it is moral and Christian to stand with the peasants. I cannot do otherwise. Damn you all! Such behavior is reckless and cruel, especially right now. Get out, all of you. Let Rachel rest. Yes, Agnes, we'll go now.
Andreas, we're not done. We must still find justice for Otto before the Duke's soldiers arrive. Yes, let's continue this outside.
No more stalling. No more interruptions. Tell us what you know, Andreas. Give us a name. Give us a name where the monks can burn along with their precious books.
Robbing the culprit won't give you any concessions. Let's just give the murderer to the Duke's men instead.
The Duke's men have forced us to act. We can worry about the abbot and the soldiers after we dealt with the killer. Tell us.
I have one more condition.
God damn it, Mahler. We don't have time for this.
Let Kaspar leave. He doesn't have to be wrapped up in this mess.
What? Leave? Yes, fine. The boy can leave. It's not his fight.
Please, Kaspar. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you. Well, he's not going to leave because we cared about him too much.
No, no, Master Andreas, I won't leave you.
I know you don't want to, but you have to. Find a way back to Salzburg, back to your family.
Please. Master Andreas, you'll teach me again when this is all over, right?
Of course, Caspar. I'll be right behind you.
All right, I'll see you soon, Master. Who killed Otto?
Okay, so we have Martin, Joshua, one of the peasants, saying at the Golden Hands, he recognized Martin from one of the other towns. Werner's toast recalled Martin having a scar when they treated him as a boy and found it strange that it completely disappeared the last time he examined him. Joshua claimed Martin Bauer looks uncannily similar to someone he knew from Muldorf named Jobs Farber, who killed a man in a brawl and fled town to avoid facing up to the crime. Which, that is interesting. And plus we know about the note, even though it's not mentioning it there, he had some sort of note. Casper and I overheard Anna Berggren speaking with Leonard Muller. She said she was glad someone killed Otto because the uprising would have threatened pilgrim visits to the shrine. and having an affair. They mentioned Hannah's frequent visits to the Rathalos seemed odd. She may have been expecting the site for a convenient way to call Otto. Pillenberg gave me a note he found on the floor. Thread clearly from the thread puller. Suggests that Otto was going to destroy the Abbey and Hand of St. Moritz. I found the Abbey's financial ledger in the sacristy, where the guy was balancing the books using a bookkeeping method. Keeps meticulous records. There's mostly blank scrap parchment between the pages. Purposes unclear. Sister Amelie overheard Guy's confession to Father Thomas. Otto saw him writing in the Abbey's financial ledger and confronted him about it. Turned to prove the Abbey was hoarding money. Guy confessed to Father Thomas that he had embezzled money from the Abbey. Sister Amelie told us because she recognized that Guy was abusing the seal of confession. Now I just need to see if I can find more evidence of Guy's misdeeds. Okay. So I don't know if we have enough proof on Guy. Like, Guy seems fairly suspect with the money embezzlement. But I don't think we have enough info. Hannah, she has the note from... But Martin also had the note, it sounded like. Because they mentioned the fancy note. No. I think I might go with Martin because there seems to be some fishiness here. Because I mean there was some fishiness with Martin before the first time too. Because that seems weird, and he supposedly has a note, even though we didn't get to go see it because we ran out of time. But I think if we had gone there, there might have been another note that could have added a bit more. So I think I'm gonna go with Martin, yeah. Martin killed Otto because Otto learned his secret. Secret? What secret? Martin is not who you think he is. In fact, he's not Martin at all. His name is Jobst Farber. What? That can't be true. We all know Martin. We've known him since he was a boy. Dr. Stoltz confided in me that Martin had lost a bad scar he acquired in his childhood. I remember that. The boy fell on a fence post. He's from Muldorf, where he fled the town after killing a man in a brawl. A pilgrim from Muldorf recognized him at the Golden Hand. My God. But how did he know everything about us, about Hassing? That I can't say, but I do know that he isn't Martin. Otto knew it. He was keeping the secret in exchange for Martin's support against the abbot. Oh, that's right! That's right! There was that, like, they were having that conversation at the very beginning of this, like, section. Right, and we all wanted to believe that Martin had returned home. That the rotten boy who ran away came back a changed man. But he's not a changed man. He's not the same man at all. Curse you for laying this truth at our feet, Andreas. By any name and measure, Martin has been a good neighbor to all of us these past few years. But if he killed Otto, if he really did this, then justice must be done. All right, Peter, we heard Andreas out, but the accused should be allowed to defend themselves. You're not going anywhere, Peter. You're not getting anyone. None of you are. Martin is under my protection, and you're out of time. Peter, I'm so delighted I was able to snuff out the flickering flame of your pathetic rebellion. I don't really care if Martin, whoever he is, lives or dies, but I can't let you have your revenge. It's so easy to take things from poor Peter, but I never get tired of doing it. Listen to me, all of you. It's over. You're done. The only thing you can do now is release the abbot and pray for the Duke's mercy. If any of you people set foot near my mill, you'll get none from me. Damn him. Damn him! He thinks he can stop us, all of us? He can't. Peter, this has gone too far. We have to release the abbot before it's too late. To hell with the abbot, Ulrich, and if you won't help us, to hell with you. This is our last chance to get justice for Otto, Ulrich. That isn't true, Andreas. All of you, Christian men, you know that justice lies with God alone. This can't wait until Judgment Day, Ulrich. I'm sorry. To the mill! Oh boy. Stay back, brutes. This won't end well for any of you. Martin has my protection, and I won't hesitate to shoot you like the animals you are. So stay away from my fucking mill. And you, Andreas, I thought you made something of yourself. Seems you're really as pathetic as the rest of this lot. Just give us the murderer, Lenhart. Don't make things worse. Fuck you, Andreas. I thought you had a backbone. You're a spineless bastard. Else, take the boy and go. You don't need to be involved in this. No! Else, get back in the mill. Don't you dare disobey me, Paul. You hear me? Get your mother back inside. I'm not staying here any longer. I'm taking Mom. We're leaving somewhere far away from you. You regret this, boy? I won't be responsible for how your life turns out if you leave. Lenhart, let them go. They've lived under your rule long enough. Should have expected this from you, Paul. You've always been a sad excuse for a son. Elsa, if you do this, you won't find anyone else to love you. Yeah, like, it sounds like you loved her a lot anyways. You'll be a feckless old crone like that Ottilia, Elsa. So are Lenhart, they're gone. You're not so high and mighty now, are you? You're gonna lose everything, just like us. Give up, Muller. There's more of us than you in that mill. You can't shoot us all. Give that good-for-nothing Martin whatever his real name is. Give us the imposter. I'm sorry, Peter, everyone. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt anyone, cheat anyone. I know it's hard to believe me, but I didn't kill Martin and I didn't kill Otto. God knows I haven't lived a good life. Maybe I already had this coming. Do what you have to, but don't let anything happen to Brigitte, please. We won't. We take care of our own. You're all mad. This isn't how the law works, and you know it. Your blabbering will change nothing. You've never given a damn about law or justice or propriety or fucking decency a day in your life, Lenhart. Ha! You let me have my way for years, Peter, and done shit all about it. You've never stood up for anything, and you don't get any further today, coward. Peter, Lenhart, please let us search for peace tonight. Such language is not Christian. Coward, am I? Come down here and face me like a man, you piece of shit. Please, everyone, calm down. We can still talk this out. Violence is not the answer, Peter. Can't blame this man, Ulrich. Force is all Peter, his family knows. It certainly worked with Christine. How dare you even speak her name, much less suggest... Oh, shit. Oh, boy. Lenhart, you killed him! Murder! You monster, burn him! Oh, boy. You've been a menace on this town long enough, Lenhart, but murder, you brought this on yourself. Let both of the murderers die together. Oh, boy. Andreas, troops are advancing on the town. We need to go now. We must let the abbot out so we can talk to the Duke's soldiers. If we don't get the abbot out, we won't be able to stop the soldiers. Precisely, let's go. Oh man, Ulrich. Father Abbot, you can come out. The peasants won't hurt you now. Really? Why? Andreas found the killer and justice has been dispensed. Peter has to keep his word. Are you sure? Please, Father Abbot, the Duke's soldiers have surrounded the town. We have to show them you're in no danger and the peasants aren't holding you captive. We don't want any more bloodshed, Father. Oh, thank God. What happened at the mill? Is anyone hurt? We saw a fire. Peter, stop. You got your justice. You swore you wouldn't harm the abbot or the brothers, remember? I did. No one else needs to die tonight. The abbot can talk to the Duke's herald. You held Lenhart responsible for his actions. We can convince the Duke that what happened tonight was justice. Otto is dead. Ulrich is dead. We can work through this, Peter. Hope is not lost. Everything can go back to the way it was before. Right, the way it was before. Like nothing ever happened. Peter? What is it? What did you do? Dad? God, save us. He's lit the manuscripts. Nothing's ever going to change. The books! Dad, what did you do? We need to get the water in the sister's well quickly before it spreads. Peter, the soldiers are in the abbey. They're coming this way. We need to save as many of the books as we can. No, we need to get out of here. God, save us. Oh boy. Andreas, let's go. I'm sorry, I can't. Andreas! Oh, shit. Oh, man. Well, then. So much for the scriptorium in the library. All sorts of fire around here tonight. To all interested parties regarding investments made to Andreas Mahler, artist of Nuremberg, for the creation of a mural in the Church of Our Lady. The Chamber Court opposed the rulings of the Nuremberg City Court and Council in 1526 and 1527 respectively. All claimants signed contracts containing clauses where their investments could be returned. As Andreas Mahler's death indisputably resulted from a greater power, a contractually exempted circumstance, the state cannot be held liable. In interest of feminine liberty, his widow Sabine retained all contested investments. Shit, we died? Okay. 15th day of February, Anno Domini 1534. Okay. That doesn't feel like the end of the game, though. Well, fuck.
Feels like it's getting cold early this year, doesn't it? At my age, it feels like the cold comes earlier every year. But we need this chill for the leaves to fall and the galls with them. What if we don't want... What, you don't want to climb the Saint's tree to pull them off? Ha! Even in my youth, that would have required divine intervention. No, thank you. I'll stay here on the ground and wait patiently for the Lord to deliver. Don't you have ink back at your father's shop, though? For the press. He has it delivered. This is just for my own drawings. Besides, sometimes it feels nice to do things the old way. An old way it is, I would know.
Damn, it's been like... What, like 15 years, it looks like? Or more?
Hey, Moggs, Sister Gertrude. God bless you, Master Zimmerman. I told you not to call me that. What? Moggs? Why, people call me Otts. You don't see me complaining. It's not even a name. It's a valley. You like being called Otts. Right, so why are you being so stuck up? Master Zimmerman, would you... would you call Mary Magdalene witness to our Lord's death and resurrection, Moggs? I guess not. And it seems only fitting you should call Mistress Struckerin by her full Christian name. All right. Sorry, sister. Sorry, Moggs. Magdalene. Anyway, your dad wants to see you. What? Why isn't he at the Rothaus? He is. He wants you to grab his mural sketches and bring them. Fine. I suppose this is enough calls for now. I was just about finished, too. God bless you both. Don't be long, Magdalene. The council's waiting on this. Not sure why this falls on me, but I suppose I better get going. I think the dad left Rathaus plans on his workshop bench at home next to the printing press.
Okay, so we're Klaus's daughter now? Okay, unexpected. Hmm. Interesting. So, well, the Abbey looks a little, oh. Oh. Hey, we still got the hand, though. Nice. And we still got the convent. Son of Mousefonger! Pet the kitty. Cat baby! Wait, can we go into the convent now? Because well, I guess not, because she's in the way. Hello, Marguerite.
Hello, Marguerite. It's Magdalene. Oh, Magdalene, God bless you. You don't normally come to the convent alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. I had some spare time and thought I would say hello. Oh, well, hello. Haha. It's good to hear your voice, though. I enjoy it when outsiders visit the convent. Do you miss the outside world much, sister? Yes, sometimes. I miss the other Benedictine sisters, especially. She'd never admit it, but Sister Elizabeth had the most wonderful voice. I always stood next to her if I could. Why stay then? Why did you leave when the Benedictines left Curacao? Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Curacao was my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the convent's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the convent much anyway. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and 2 hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mossfanger behind. Of course, she truly is the queen of Curacao. Has the convent changed very much since the poor Clares arrived? Yes, the food is simpler, and some of the prayers are different, but all the chores and gardening are the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Of course, sister. Apologies for interrupting. Not at all, Magdalene. God bless you.
Hi, Gertrude. So who's Mother Franziska? Okay. Interesting. Well then. Stuff has certainly changed. Oh yeah, how's the mill look? Well, that's put back together. It's Sus. So I think that if I remember right, my German letters, I think that would be Sus. What a pretty boy. Andreas. Hello.
Good day, Master Muller. What are you up to today?
Drawing.
Anything interesting? No, secrets. Oh, I see. I'll leave you to it then.
Who owns the mill now? Oh, Elsa's still here. Anna, okay. Ulrich. Oh. Magaline!
Hello, Ulrika.
Hello!
What are you doing?
Watching.
Very well. Keep up the good work.
Work! Just like Mom. I will work now. Interesting. Okay. That's church.
Mary, Mother of Jesus. Her painting has been here as long as I can remember.
Man, I have no idea where we're going to be going. What's going to happen now? I was not expecting that we'd, fucking die. Oh, sleep. thought we had to get something from our house. Maybe not. Oh, is it downstairs? Oh, there it is. The Roth House mural sketches. I think this is what my dad wants. I think these are all of his plans. What is this part of the plans? Oh, fuck! Huh. Odd color. We don't have ink like this here. At least I don't think we do. Well, whatever. I'll bring it just in case. Better get these over to the Roth House. What the fuck? God damn it. Hey again, Moggs. Are you serious? I just told you not to call me that. And what are you doing out here? Don't you have better things to do? What business is that of yours? Not me. All my work's done, Moggs. What do you care? It's not like you've got important work to do. Ooh, okay. Maintains and tinkers with the press and type. Anything in the house on bookkeeping? I'm gonna go with tinker. That sounds cool. I keep the press running for my dad and work with Baltus on his inventions. That seems a little more important than standing around in the commons in the middle of the day. Baltus's inventions are stupid. Doesn't seem like something a girl should be involved with if you ask me. Whoa, okay. Right, no one did. Didn't ask. Calm down, Moggs. You're gonna get a reputation. Too late to worry about that. She already has a reputation. Oh boy. Barbs are skilled at stinging, countering, and deflating people. We're a tease. We're a strong negotiator. We have a penchant for being a sneako. Oh, this is a hard choice. All right, Steph. Which one did you do? And we'll do one that's not that. Because I can't decide between these four. These are all really good. You did Barbs? Okay, we'll do a different one than Barbs. Okay. We'll be Snoopy. Someone needs to keep an eye on the creeps in this town, Kraft. Otherwise, who would know you hide behind the gardener's chicken coop and spy on Artemis while she's washing? Ho ho! What? No, I wasn't. No, that wasn't me. Huh? Is that true? No. Oh my god. I think this was a good choice. Alright, we got it. Lay off. Did you get those things your dad wanted? Yes, that's why I was on my way to the Roth House. Hopefully I can drop these off and start my reading for the day. Reading? What book is so important that you need to get back to it? Ooh. Polyglot. We can't speak foreign languages. In Italian, but we can read almost all of them. Volksbücher. Magnus familiar with most popular comic books of the day. Trivia, almanacs, common knowledge, and scatological stories. Reformation. Contemporary on the Reformation and Counter-Reformation. Well, we did give her that book. We got her the one that was in Latin. The Animalibus one. So, probably going to go with Polyglot, because that kind of lines up with the book that we got her, since it was in Latin. Don Floricel de Nicaea. Don what? Floricel, like flower. It's a knightly romance written in Castellan. Such a beautiful language. Who speaks that? People from Castile. Never heard of it. Right, sounds made up. Don't you read all sorts of books about trees and birds and whatever? Yes, trees and birds and whatever, that's right. People are finally writing down what they see in nature instead of copying something a Greek imagined centuries ago. Do you have any books on frogs? What? Never mind. Wait, aren't you supposed to be on the Roth House too? You're on the council. Sure, but it's pointless without your dad's plans. Let's go.
Fine. I don't understand how we're still arguing about this. Those murals should depict the truth, and what we know is the truth. I don't think it's so simple, Klaus. Are you afraid of angering our Lord, Father Thomas? I think Father Thomas means that the truth is not so easily agreed upon. I don't know, I'm tired of arguing. I just want to look nice and show what happened. Magdalene, thank you for bringing these. Maybe illustrations will succeed where talking has failed. I'm done arguing with them. I'll see you at home for supper. It's all right, Magdalene. We don't need to see the drawings. It's not that we don't understand what he's trying to do. I didn't realize we had upset him so much. Sounds like things got worse after I left. Well, we've been arguing about this for almost 2 hours. For all the good it did us, he hasn't budged. What's the point of talking if you can't make any progress? Magdalene, could you speak to your father, help him see things from our point of view? Father Thomas, I don't even know what you're all arguing about. What is your point of view? Klaus has very strong opinions on how the history of Tassing and Kearsau Abbey should be portrayed. And those portrayals may upset some of our neighbors. Isn't the real concern that it's going to upset the Lord? Isn't everyone really worried about him coming here someday and seeing the revolt memorialized on the wall? You keep saying that we all disagree with him. I don't think I do, not entirely. Well, what do you think, Jorg? I know I'm not the smartest man in the room, but I know what happened to my own dad. I know what he did. It doesn't feel right to ignore what happened to him. What happened to Otto. Look, you all know my dad. I never had the chance. I don't want to make the people in this town angry. I don't want to make our Lord angry. None of us do, but maybe there's a way to tell the story in a way that's true without upsetting anyone. So, it's all very complicated, you see, Magdalene? Try to get him to consider a portrayal of our history that's a little less inflammatory. My father was deeply affected by the revolt. It won't be easy to convince him of anything. The revolt was a major event for everyone in Tassing. I know how hard it was for him. We need to come to an agreement or call off the mural entirely. He's been wanting to paint this mural for years. You can't tell him no all of a sudden. Then help us, Magdalene. Your father will listen to you. Alright. I won't promise anything, though. He's already hard enough to convince. I'm going back home. This mess has taken up too much of my day already. Oh! New clock! Interesting to see the upgrades of technology. Magdalene, thank you for bringing the drawings to the Rathaus. I'm sorry it was a waste of time. Those men don't know what they want. When I tell them what I'm trying to do, they get scared. And they talk and talk. They talk all day and we're never any closer to a decision. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the whole thing. Dad, I'm worried about you. I know. I appreciate the concern. I suppose I haven't been this upset about something in a while. I'll get through it. I just need time. Why is it bothering you so much? We hear all these stories about what this place was, how it came to be. And it feels like history is something that happened before, happened to other people. But 18 years ago, okay. We lived through something, you and I, everyone in Tassing. Everyone wants to forget it. Pretend it didn't happen. You don't. No, I don't. All those years ago, I did nothing. I was worried for you, worried for Benjamin and Rachel and Esther. Oh, yeah, I wonder if Benjamin and stuff are still around. I was so afraid I'd lose you, I wouldn't have been able to bear it. In the end, so many people died anyway. Peter and Ulrich and Andreas and all of the others. And we lived. Dad, everyone says it wouldn't have made any difference. If you and the others had fought, you would have died, and I would have died. Maybe I could have stopped him from going to the mill. Or maybe we could have stopped the peasants from burning it down. But we'll never know. You can't change the past, Dad. I know. The least I could do is make sure it's not forgotten. Something happened here. We were part of it. I need to help people remember that. If I don't do it, who will? You're right, Dad.
I wish the men in the Rothaus saw me the way that you do.
They'll come around.
I hope so. While the arguing has left me beat, I'm going to bed early.
Alright. I'm gonna stay up for a bit and write a letter to Esther.
Good. Please say hello to her for me.
And her parents. I know, Dad.
Good night, Magdalene. I love you.
Love you too.
Aww. All this running around's left me tired too.
It'd be nice to sit down at my desk and just write for a while. Alright, where to begin? I should write to Esther. Dearest Esther, I hope you have been well. Autumn has reached us here in Tassing at last. I spent the last 2 days collecting oak galls with Sister Gertrude. I don't suppose you had the chance to do that in Prague. Sister Gertrude has been teaching me how to grind them into smooth ink. It's difficult work, but you'll find no better ink anywhere in Bavaria. I'll send along a bottle with this letter. Oh, did I mention? Dad started a new project. He's painting a mural of Tassing's history in the new Rothaus to memorialize the revolt. The whole thing is me thinking about my own family history, past, present, and future. The printing shop has been in the family for years. I'm looking forward to taking it over. Of course, Dad will keep running it until he can't pull the levers anymore, but I'll take over sooner or later. If I inherit the shop, I won't have to get married either. Christ, you would not believe how annoying Otz is. I think his mom was under the impression that he's been courting me. Can you imagine? And yes, before you break the nib off your pen, I will come visit you in Prague, I promise. Oh, hello. You did some what?
I did something different with your booty.
Ooh, you did.
I decided
That can still be set here. I'll just do this whole person.
I decided to do smashed potatoes.
Okay.
So like I boiled them to cook them, fry them, and then put them on the cookie sheet and smash them at the bottom of the pot. And then put them back in the oven to boil.
They look good.
So they should be like really crispy on the bottom, but still like fluffy.
Alright. I like it. Sounds cool.
And then ketchup.
You need to play this game. You also need to finish Disco Elysium, which is in a similar vein to this game.
I have a lot. I keep telling myself that I'm going to stream them so I don't play them. But then I don't stream. So then I just don't play anything.
Just play them. Just play them. So many of these are so long it would take so many streams and you wouldn't stream enough to get through them anyway. So, just play them and enjoy them. You're missing out.
Alright. Dad's been busy with the Rothaus mural, so I've taken over the workshop. I'm sure it'll be a sight to behold once it's finished. Write back to me soon. All my love. Magda. Alright, do we have any wild dreams? Kicking off the slippers. I like how just like nobody goes actually under the covers. They just all sleep on top of the blankets. They just didn't bother to animate that part. Ah! Dad? Dad? Magdalene? Dad! Hang on, I'm coming. Oh, fuck. What? Magdalene. What happened? Are you alright? You're bleeding. Someone came into the house. They hit me over the head. I'll go get Dr. Stoltz. Try not to move, Dad. Magdalene, it's not safe. Whoever attacked me. This wound is too deep for me to take care of on my own. We need Dr. Stoltz. Magdalene, be careful. I'll be right back, I promise.
God damn it!
Do you know why anyone would want to attack you, Klaus? No, maybe someone didn't like one of the books I sold them. Are you sure you didn't see a shadow and hit your head on the printing press? Come on, Jord, you saw the workshop. Somebody was looking for something. A burglar in Tassing? That's preposterous. Well, if it wasn't an attack, what was it?
Enough. It was a deliberate blow to the head, unless any of you wish to debate my diagnosis.
No, of course not.
As I thought. Truthfully, Klaus, I'm surprised the blow didn't kill you. You have a strong skull. It's a grave injury, Magdalene. You'll need to help take care of your father.
I will, whatever I need to do.
Good. Of course, the mural will have to be called off now. Klaus, you absolutely cannot get out of bed.
No.
No, it has to be done. This is too important. Just give me some time to rest. I'll find a way to make it work. I don't think we need to cancel the entire project. Can't we just wait?
Klaus, your health comes first, but anyway, we haven't even been able to agree on what the mural should be. Indeed, it might be best to abandon the entire idea.
With respect, Father Thomas, you're not on the council.
Yes, just offering an opinion. I can paint the mural.
What? Mags? Quit joking around. Well, I know you want to help your dad, but aren't you young for something this big?
I'm old enough to run the print shop by myself, and Dad trusts me to illustrate the books. Isn't that enough? Painting a mural this large and complicated will be a lot of skill and expertise. So? So, that's why we were having your dad make it. He's been making art forever.
I agree with Paul. Klaus needs home care. You're best suited for that, Magdalene, not a mural.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, are you sure you're up for it? Physically, I mean?
It's quite demanding. You'd be up on scaffolding and could fall. Dad and I are the only people here who have done this work. I can do it, Dad.
If you don't trust Magdalene to do the mural, to hell with a lot of you.
Klaus! If you don't trust her, you don't trust me. I'll never do any work for this council again. Alright, I say we let her. Doesn't look like we have much of a choice.
Very well.
Alright, Magdalene, you can do it. But you still need to talk to us about what you're doing, alright? Fine, but I'm taking Dad's ideas into account. Well, we'll figure it out. Thanks, Magdalene.
Rest up, Klaus. I'll do my best, Jorg.
Magdalene, just a moment. Yes, what is it?
I didn't want to say this in front of your father or the others.
Your father is lucid right now, but his injury is severe. His current demeanor is misleading. I know the injury is severe, Werner. I saw all the blood.
Magdalene, there is damage to his brain. He may have a few weeks, maybe even a few months left, but he's not going to survive.
Can't we take him to see a surgeon?
No, he can't be moved in this condition. In fact, he shouldn't move at all. Even if he could, I don't think the finest Italian surgeons would know how to deal with trauma like this.
So he's just going to die?
There's nothing I can do about it. You can make him comfortable and you can enjoy the time you have left. I can help with palliative care. But time will run out before long. I'm sorry, Magdalene. Aww. Damn. Indeed. We gotta do the mural. For Dad. I'll pick up where Dad left off. He wanted to paint the history of Tassing from its earliest stage to the revolt. Oh, man. Yeah, we're gonna get more about... Because, like, way back in the Baron's thing, there was the book that the Baron was going to give to the Abbey that had some sort of interesting history about Tassing that was, like, kind of scandalous. We never found out what that was. I want to know what that was, too. Oh, man. People in Tassing might know some of the town's history, but not all of it. Dad says the library in Kiersau had the records. He's going to write to the last priors to see if she had any information. Should write to her now while I'm thinking about it. Well, yeah, that was like the big thing that the Baron was going to give when he got bonked. And it was like, well, fuck, what's in that book? And then we still never found out, and then time passed, and we still don't know, and there's this person with the weird notes. Alright, we're going to write to Mother Illuminatum. He said he became the abbess of a convent in Bologna, Mother Illuminatum. Yes, it's Santa Margherita. I should write to her. Mother Illuminata, Abbess of Santa Margherita, formerly Prioress of Kiersau Abbey. My name is Magdalene Drucker, and I do not believe we ever met. I was very young when you left Kiersau. You were acquainted with my father. He bought many books from the library before the terrible fire consumed the place. I'm writing because my father and I are creating a mural in the Tassing Rathaus. It's going to tell the history of our community and of Kiersau as well. We only have legends and folklore, since of course all of Kiersau's books were destroyed in the fire. Yeah, I am curious as to like what some of these affect. They probably have like little tiny things they mess with. I was hoping you could tell us some about the early history of the town when the Romans were here. If you know anything about the early history of the Abbey, I'd be also glad to hear it. We'd appreciate any help you could give us. My father always spoke highly of you, especially how you cared for the library and its books. God bless you. If I want to finish the mural before Christmas, I should start planning tomorrow. I should head to bed and get as much rest as I can. Alright, back to sleep. I guess we didn't really get a whole sleep. Okay, so we got 2 months. Okay. We took a real big sleep. Real big sleep. What a nap. Ah, Mr. Struckerin. I have a few letters here addressed to you. Take care now. Thank you, sir. Mother Illuminata wrote back to me. I hope her response helps me paint the mural. Mr. Struckerin, thank you for your letter. I hope this reply finds you and your father in good health. I remember you both, as your father would carry you between the rows of our library in its final years. I also remember your late mother and brother, God keep their souls. While we did have some books that discussed Tassing's past, it's likely they were as mythological as what your neighbors believe. That said, I remember one of the peasants, Tillman Krenzer, read about the history of the town. Ah, Till, okay. I know he died during... Oh, he's dead. I know he died during the revolt. Perhaps his family knows some of what he learned. I should also say that it's not true that all of Kiersau's books were destroyed by the fire. Andreas Mahler managed to save some from the flames, God rest his soul. In the aftermath of that terrible night, cataloging and preserving the surviving books was not the top of any of our minds. Even so, this topic has stirred a memory within me. Several years before the fire, there was a death at Kiersau, the murder of Baron Rothvogel. He had mentioned something about finding a copy of the Historia Tassiae, a comprehensive chronicle of your home. Okay, there's the book. There's the book. That's the one we're talking about. Okay. It troubles me now because I recall the late Father Matthias had also reading a copy of the Historia Tassiae shortly before he died. We never accounted for either book's whereabouts. They may have been hidden somewhere in the library and went up with everything else. Perhaps Prior Ferenc took it from the Baron after the murder. Ferenc had an interest in books of all sorts, of course, but it seems an odd thing to do in the moment.
Then again, only God knows what he did and why he did it. Miklas Haverly, the Baron's manservant, believed it may have been stolen by the town thief, Martin Bauer. I understand he was killed by the mob along with the miller on the night of the fire. If he did steal the book, he took its whereabouts to the grave. If any of his family remain in Tassing, perhaps you could ask them. As for the history of the abbey, I fear that was also lost in the blaze. However, as sacristan, Prior Matthew learned a great deal about the subject. I have not kept in contact with him, but I know he is now the Archdeacon of Sion. He is no longer a Benedictine, but uses his family name, Consigny Saux. If you write him soon, your letter may reach him before snow covers Valais. Please convey my best wishes to your father. He was a good friend to the abbey in its better years. Despite the violence that occurred, I held no ill will toward anyone from Tassing. I pray you have seen better days since that night, and that God forgives the many errors we made. God bless you as well. Mother Luminata, Abbess of Santa Margarita. Oh, Esther wrote to me as well. Hey! My dear Magda, I pray it goes well with you. Prague has been blessedly warm as of late. We're still residing outside the city, but we found a place to stay nearby. Father thinks the king's expulsion order will be lifted eventually. He says Jews are too important to printing here for the king to put us out forever. Speaking of printing, your ink was well received indeed. I've made several prints with it. They look lovely on the wall. Elisha has been taken to making his own ink from scraps he found around the house after he saw yours. Mother was furious when he spent several pfennigs trying to find lapis at the market. She sent him scrubbing floors for it. It took him 3 days. I'm glad you're keeping busy, even though it keeps you from visiting. Father says we'll have room whenever you decide to make an apprentice. And if you do take over our shop in Tassing, you'll have to make visits to Prague for supplies. Who knows, maybe you'll meet someone here. I've made a good match, too. Before the expulsion, there was a handsome man at the synagogue, Simon, who caught my eye. His father is a merchant, and he is a doctor. He went to the University of Padua, can you believe it? I'd quite like to marry him if I can find him again. Anyway, I think you would have better luck than me. The boys would soon add a beautiful blonde artist from the Alps. Please keep us abreast of your father's mural. We'll have to come see it when it's finished. Blessings. Esther. Aww. Hey, Dad. How are you feeling? Ah, Magdalene. Sitting upright is still a struggle, I'm afraid. Dizziness makes my stomach turn, so I'd rather not eat at the moment. Are you sure? I can bring us something light, like milk or broth. No, I can't stomach anything just yet. But tell me, where are you off to? I need to get started on the first part of the mural today, the old history. Mother Illuminata didn't know much about Tassing's early history, but she gave me a few places to start. I'm going to ask Black Till if his grandfather told him any stories. Illuminata said he used to read about the Romans. Mother Illuminata, Magdalene. Right, yes, Mother Illuminata. Young Kreutzer had mentioned those tales from time to time. He comes by to borrow books now and then. Usually when he's found some interesting old ruin in the fields, you might ask him about that. Lil Peter always harumphed about how no one paid attention to the old ways anymore, too. I'm sure he'll have some stories to tell about old Tassing. You might stop to talk to him. Il Peter is still alive? I didn't think of that. Thanks, Dad. Of course, Magda. It's nice to feel useful, even if I am stuck here in bed. Nonsense. I'm just glad you're awake. You might talk to Smokey, too. Okay, yeah, Smokey would be good. The old chuckle burner seems to know more about what's in the woods around town than anyone else. That, and he's a known gossip. Il Peter can't be killed. Oh, I know. He told me he saw Artemis and Crest swimming together in the pond last week. Oh, Lord. I can't imagine the fit Veronica would have if she knew. Well, I'm not going to tell. Trust the spirit to convict them, since I cannot. Well, Smokey may know who else you should talk to, then. You may hear something worth your while, at any rate. I'll go talk to him. What about the ruins or the mines? I can't just use books and stories alone. I want to explore whatever's left over the Romans done before. The salt mine and the Roman ruins are the oldest parts, so it only makes sense to see what they left behind. Some say he's still alive to this day. Oh, man. Okay, I was wondering when we were gonna, like, do something with the salt mine, because there was, like, just that whole little corner that was just, like, there, and we never did anything, and nothing happened there. Alright.
Oh, Klaus. Poor guy. Alright. Well, let's go to Smoky. Oh, Voxlav's back.
Hello, is there something I can do for you? Knives need sharpening. I'm Magdalene Druckern. Are you a friend of Smokey's? I'd like to think so. I'm Vaxlav. I'm a tinker, travel around to help people out with sharpening knives, little things like that. Druckern, are you a printer's daughter? My father and I are both printers. Do you sample the wares much?
As often as I can.
Vaxlav, don't.
You're going to get in trouble again.
Trouble? From me?
No, not you, Mr. Struckern. This one can't help but talk to people about all the strange things he believes. He reads all sorts of books, talks to odd folks, gets ideas brewing in his head. Now, that doesn't bother old Smoky none. Bothers some of the other people a whole lot.
It doesn't bother me any. Well, if it doesn't bother you, and it doesn't bother old Smoky, sounds like there's nothing to worry about.
Fine, you'd run out of here again, don't blame me.
So, books, strange ideas? Yes, the host, the Eucharist, the bread, the wine, the body and blood of Christ. Holy Communion, what about it? More and more people are writing about rejecting transubstantiation. The idea that bread and wine of Eucharist is literally becomes the body and blood of Christ.
Yeah, transubstantiation is a fucking weird concept. I do not get why that's a thing. Like, I think it pretty much is just Catholics that do transubstantiation. I don't recall if any of the other Christian sects really do transubstantiation aside from them.
The first is on the grounds that Wycliffe and his rejected it. Using our eyes, our senses, there's nothing perceptible that changes in the character of the bread and the wine.
I suppose that's true. Oh, really? Interesting.
Good, but there is also a second point. Even if the bread and wine turned into Christ's body and blood, why is that necessary for spiritual communion? We are bound by flesh, attempting to reunite with the light of God through the Eucharist. This act, the observance, unites our will with that of Christ. He is present in us through the remembrance, not the physical act.
So what does that matter? Are you saying we shouldn't take communion?
No, there's nothing wrong with taking communion as a rite or act. But if you accept what I'm saying, there are other things I'd like to discuss.
I'm not listening to any of this.
Are you ready to hear why it's so important to disbelieve in transubstantiation?
Yes, I'm certain this is leading somewhere good.
I can't tell if you're being sarcastic, but alright. This all starts with Lucifer creating the world.
Excuse me?
God was the Word, and the Word was truth, and the truth is light. The light is God's will. God's light contained aspects which we consider angels, facets of his infinite intellect. One of these aspects separated itself from his intellect and manifested in the darkness as the corruptible Lucifer. By what power could a portion of God's will be separate from the whole? The will moved itself. God's intellect, being infinite, also contained the capacity to transcend the infinite, to exist outside of the boundaries of infinite light, the corruptible of God's infinite light. The corruptible be brought into being in equally infinite darkness. Within that darkness, Lucifer cast his false light, a corrupted imitation of the divine intellect, to create the world. All matter in our world is inherently a corrupted manifestation of that false light. We still have connection to God through our intellect, but it is flawed by existing in our physical bodies.
Okay, interesting. So Genesis is wrong?
There are many stories of creation, many versions even of Genesis. Why is it you believe yours is the correct one? You believe the one your church has given you. Maybe if you were given another, you would have believed that instead.
A very good point. Was Jesus flawed by being a man, even though he was born of a virgin?
He was not born of a virgin.
I'm not hearing any of this.
And it would not matter if he were. Lucifer was a rebellious splinter of God's will. The Christ appeared when God willed his divine intellect into Jesus.
I had never heard that claim before either, but it's very interesting, actually.
But you said that physical bodies were all corrupt. Yes, but while we are the heirs of Lucifer's rebellious intellect, Christ received wisdom from the light of God himself. He did truly die and was resurrected in body, but his reappearance is only important for him to convey the message of salvation to the people. In truth, resurrection is always happening, since if we die without grace, our souls are condemned to be reborn. This physical world is the only hell we know, living again and again the only torment. So, how do we escape it? Regular prayer, abstention from material desires, sublimation, and elimination of want?
That just sounds like being a monk.
No, priests and monks both are corrupt agents of the business of the church. They have taken the simplicity of holy devotion and profaned it with pageantry. Saints, too, all this talk of Moritz and Saskia and miracles, they're just stories. The church has led people astray, put the hope of people in meaningless rituals, faith, and relics. You have some interesting ideas, Voxlov. I'm glad you think so. I spent a lifetime thinking about them. Thank you for indulging me, Magdalene.
It was illuminating. Until later. Huh. You know, I'm curious now. It's like, I've never heard that particular concept before. Okay. I'm curious as to, like, where that came from. Oh, okay. Well, I found a post about it. Catharism. That too, you're right about, yeah, samsara, yeah. Catharism, a Christian dualist or Gnostic movement which thrived in southern Europe, particularly northern Italy. Let's see. Among the notable and controversial beliefs of the... it's spelled C-A-T-H-A-R-I-S-M, Catharism, which is from the ancient Greek katharoi. Yeah, it says, among the most notable and controversial beliefs of the Cathars was the idea of two gods, or deistic principles, one good and the other evil. The Catholic Church asserted this was antithetical to monotheism, the fundamental principle that there is only one God who created all things visible and invisible, as stated in the Nicene Creed. Cathars believed that the good God was the God of the New Testament, creator of the spiritual realm, whereas the evil God was the God of the Old Testament and creator of the physical world, whom many Cathars identified as Satan. Cathars believed human spirits were the sexless spirits of angels trapped in the material realm of the evil god, destined to be reincarnated until they achieved salvation through consolamentum, a form of baptism performed when death is imminent, when they would return to the good God as perfect. That's interesting. So it's like this interesting combination of, like, Christian theology and then, like, the reincarnation aspects of, like, Hinduism, where you just keep repeating until you, like, achieve salvation through some sort of act, which in this case is some sort of special baptism ritual or something. Huh. That is intriguing. Yeah. I have never heard of this before. That's certainly an interesting take. I can see what they're going for there, though. Well, I mean, at least according to this Wikipedia article, I mean, it was very, very not liked by Catholicism. And it sounds like the Catholics tried to put an end to it. I guess it talks about in this article about how Pope Innocent III tried to, like, send missionaries and persuade local authorities to act against them and try to, like, quell them over the course of, like, a couple centuries, it looks like. And yeah, right. Yeah, Well, interestingly, it looks like the suppression of them took place before when this game was supposedly set. Because this game is set in, like, the 1500s, right? And according to the history of the Cathars in here, their suppression is, like, this is, like, 1147, 1178, like, 1200. It's, like, 300 years before this game is set, is, like, when a lot of this was around before the Catholics and Pope Innocent III, in particular, tried to quell them. It looked like there was a crusade. In January 1208, there was a crusade. The Albigensian Crusade, it looks like. A massacre at Béziers in 1209. Yeah, annihilation. After several decades of harassment, proselytizing, and more importantly, the systematic destruction of their texts, the sect was exhausted and could find no more adepts. The leader of the Cathar revival in the Pyrenean foothills, Pierre Autier, was captured and executed in April 1310 in Toulouse. And after 1330, the records of the Inquisition contain varied proceedings against Cathars. The last known Cathar perfect in the Languedoc, Guillaume Belibast, was executed in 1321. Well, I wonder where... Did Voxlov ever say, like, where he was from? Let's see, Voxlov... Because I think he might be... Oh, that's right, he's a Romani. That's right, he's a Romani. Okay. Because it looks like a lot of this... Yeah, because like stuff with this with the Cathars that talks about like it finished in the Pyrenees. Yeah, so that'd be like the French foothills. Interesting. That was cool. Cool conversation. All right. Let's speak to Smokey. A whole sect I'd never heard of before. Like, I'm really glad this game exists because it doesn't really feel like there's, like... There's plenty of fan... Oop, my camera has a weird thing. Hold on. There we go. Because, like, there's plenty of games that are, like, set in, like, medieval times. You know, because fantasy settings. You know, fantasy settings all, like, medieval. Whatever. But, like, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of games, like, set in this, like, actual time. Like, historically speaking. Like, the only other thing I can think of that's kind of close is, like, Kingdom Come Deliverance is, I believe, around a similar time. I don't remember exactly when that one's set. And, I mean, Plague Tale Innocence, I think, is probably around a similar time, I think. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like how it just has this whole mess of stuff, like, all smashed together in this little, you know, town in, you know, bumfuck nowhere mountains of Bavaria. But yeah, like, that's kind of really how it is. Very cool. Old habits, I suppose. What brings you to my corner of the woods? More gossip? Only ancient gossip. I was wondering if you knew anything about the old pagan and Roman mines. The mines? It's a new interest of yours, Magdalene. I don't see the townsfolk trek out there as much anymore. Last I saw were those two twins making trouble. They know a way in, but I'll be damned if I ever set a foot close to that place. What are you so interested in over there? The murals at the Rathaus need a section out the earliest days of Tassing. The mines are the oldest part, and you keep a keen ear. I thought you might have heard something. I don't know about getting down into the mines, but I do know a fair few stories, and the other Roman ruins around here. The old stories my father used to tell me when he was the burner of Tassing. The one about Mars and Tassia, the nymph, were always my favorite, though I blame that on my youth. Tassia, like Tassing? Folk named the town after a pagan god, a Roman one at that. I don't mind telling you the tale, Magdalene, but I warn you it's a bit bawdy. Oh, count me curious. Ha! I won't be scandalizing you. Can't have your father hounding me for any coarseness. But I'll tell the decent bits of what I remember. Alright, what's the story? Well, legend says that Mars was hunting in these woods and spied a fat boar for the taking. He just pulled back his spear when he heard a woman scream in terror. Of course, the creature ran off, and the god was angry at the loss of his quarry, so he tramped through the woods to see why a woman was in the forest and not in the local town. Why would a god be hunting in Tassing's forest? How should I know? Maybe he just wanted a brisk walk. Besides, why should anything the gods do make sense? These were the old days when spirits and ghosts prowled. What do you mean, prowled? Prowled, you know, like spirits and other evil things do. I can't just say they walked through the woods like you or me. They prowled. They were doing spooky shit. Alright, keep going. So, Mars found a nymph, Tassia, bathing in a spring with a fat, ugly satyr goading her from the shore. Enraged at seeing the trapped nymph, Mars transformed into a wolf and slew the satyr. And in return, well, Tassia bathed the god. Ah, I see. I did warn you, Magdalene. When Mars left the pool, he dripped onto the ground and it blossomed with flowers and crops. They say that's why the valley is so fertile. We've been growing crops here for generations. People would want a reason for that, even if it was the gods. Whatever the reason, Tassing's been blessed with fertile ground for hundreds of years. So much of what the Romans left behind was destroyed over the years, but I like that we still have these tales. You can never really destroy stories as long as there are people to tell them. Of course, the Romans left a hell of a lot behind too. Town was more Roman than Bavarian, really. Because of how long it was a Roman colony? That and how much of the town is built upon Roman foundations. Tassing is actually much smaller now than it was in the Roman day, at least that's what I make of it. The ruins go deep in the forest and all the way to the old mine. Half of Tassing is built on Roman stone. Take a walk around town and you'll start noticing things. We use their stone to build. The old temple by Sasha's shrine has grown over, but the aqueduct runs for miles. Even the abbey used to be an old Roman fort. You can see the Roman paved stones under the road if you look hard. We may not be Roman, but this town is. Tassing has been building upon itself for hundreds of years. What a beautiful idea. That's the way of things. Most people don't notice the old stones. Too busy in town to notice what's right in front of their eyes. Maybe I should go take a look at the mine. I may get a better sense of what things were actually like. Nothing will stop you, I see. Well, I won't either. Just keep an eye for any wolves or satyrs you might see down there, eh? I'll let you know if I see any. Thanks for your help. Good luck, Magdalene. Be safe. Alright. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Nico, what are you doing out here? Biding my time, contemplating life. In the forest at this cold time of year? I like the calm and the chill. It makes me feel lively. I'm not looking forward to returning to the inn either. I doubt you're avoiding the inn itself for Killian, so I have to assume it's Hannah. Just so. Lately, Hannah and I fight more days than not. So I walk into the woods to clear my head. What happened between you two? We lied to each other. Fostered resentment. Grew apart. Oh! Oh no! It's a tale as old as matrimony. I don't see the point in marrying for... I'll do this one. Maybe you young folk are smarter than we were at your age. We were in love once, I think. It's been so long I hardly remember. Well, I was in love. I would have suffered any slight for her, even that fucking Miller. Laisel and Hart died in their revolt, but that didn't stop Hannah from disgracing our marriage. I swallowed my pride and let it go on because I thought it would make her happy. But I shouldn't talk to you about this. You've caught me in a weak moment, Magdalene. Maybe it's not appropriate, but I'm listening anyway. Kind of you. Perhaps if I was a better man, Hannah would still love me. We're too old to change now. She's too stubborn. It's pointless. You and Hannah managed to raise a kind man in Killian despite all that. Killian is a good boy, a diligent son. He deserved a better father. I failed him too. Now you're just feeling sorry for yourself. You would be sorry too if you were me. I'm sorry I burdened you with this. Please don't tell your father. Don't worry. I won't. Stare ominously. Oh my god. Sometimes we have to keep things from our family. But it's bad for the soul, isn't it? Lying. Go home, Nico. Very well. Until later, Magdalene. Until then. Aw, poor guy.
Hey, Magdalene. Hello, Apollo. What are you doing? Looking for frogs. Artemis says she saw one the other day, and we're trying to collect a bunch.
Frogs don't come out this time of the year.
How do you know? Artemis said she saw one.
They don't. Hildegard says they're cold and wet creatures. They won't be out this autumn.
Huh. Maybe that's why I only have one.
What do you need the frogs for?
Like, I'll tell you, you'll snitch.
I didn't snitch when you ruined Baltus's new clock by pouring honey in the gears.
Yeah, the final boss of this game is we go punch the Pope.
Like, suddenly turns into a hack and slash.
How'd you know that was us?
I'm clever too, you know. Besides, who else would it be? Come on, tell me.
Sorry, Magdalene, I can't risk this one. Try asking Artemis.
A pig? Out here? Must have broke out of its pen. I wonder who it belongs to. Or it's a wild pig. If I wanted to pick this mural as accurately as possible, I have to go down the shaft myself. It happens. Sometimes there's just loose pigs that they're just around. Just leave them be. I just noticed this cute little owl that's perched on top of this little mine structure here. Look at him. Look at him just vibing there. If I rigged a rope to the top beams, I'd be able to get down more easily. I saw some rope in the workshop at home. Should be able to find everything I need there. Right? Look at him. He's just vibing. Not even moving. Just staring into the void. What a guy. What a little friend. Hello again, pig. He's just like me for relatable game. Truly a game for our time. Don't we all just stare into the void? Well, I mean, it looks like, well, we can use, like, the rope or something in here. That seems pretty... Have things really changed that much for us? Same old shit. We even got the plague, right? We got the plague. We've got, you know, lords doing unjust things to us. We got the peasantry getting absolutely screwed over. They can't pay for health care. Down the shaft. Our only hope is that we don't run into any, like, gas pockets down in the mine, because it is one of the dangerous things about exploring around underground. When you don't have stuff to, detect different gases that get trapped down there. Yeah, the little burb helped. Look at him. He's doing his best. That was easy as fuck. Look, a hole. I bet I could use a rope. Gets rope. Done. Had to go through a whole thing. Well, here we are. It's a good thing there's this lantern down here. There's a lot of different coins down here. How odd. It's not like this is a Saint's Well. Oh, a tablet. Oh, it's a poem. I think it's a love note. Rising passion. we're gonna laugh at the dick jokes in the poetry. Looks like a larger version of some of Baltus's contraptions. This winch must have been attached to some sort of hauling and pulley system. Fascinating. Oh, bones. They're far too big to be human. No horns. Looks like a mule to me. Maybe it hauled that winch. Poor creature dying down here. Okay, so we got a cave. Piece of pottery. And we'll go in the cave, sure. Oh, this is like a whole thing. Okay. Another piece. I wonder if they're all the same pot. Some kind of figurines. Till and the other farmers find in the fields. I think there's so many remnants of our ancestors scattered in fields and caves like this. This looks like it matches the other pieces. Alright, we're gonna make some pot. Climbing down shafts, making pot. Good times. Magdalene is having an adventure. Another shard. And rising passion, exactly. Got everything we need. Latin inscription here. Tasia, give me water, or Pluto preserve me. This salt is drying me to death. Yikes, doesn't sound like working down here was pleasant. Yeah, it does look like it was a salt mine, so... This looks like a Roman map of Tassing. I wonder what's changed to see if I can map everything out. There's the aqueduct and the spring, and the abbey was on the old fort up on the hill and the rest of town. What's this building? I don't recognize it. Mithraeum. I don't recognize that word from any of my books. I can't quite tell what it's meant to label on the map. Maybe some sort of temple? Whatever it is, it's not in Tassing now. That's so odd. Another inscription, not very formal. A worker must have carved it. Lateus' soul ascended in the Mithraeum. My soul will descend in this damned hall of salt. Christ, that's rough. There's that word again, Mithraeum. Must have been important to the Romans. Look at this dude. This almost looks like an altar, but what would an altar be doing in a salt mine? It's even carved out of the salt. See, well, the Mithraeum looks like it's at the other end of the aqueduct. Okay. Cave-in. The wood here looks newer than the first part of the mine. Was this collapse recent? Okay. Interesting. Mithraeum. Oh my god. Well, clearly we're missing something. I'm gonna check around here again. I'm clearly missing something. I thought I hit everything. We clicked on you. Yeah, we clicked on you. Where did I miss? We went down here. Yeah, it did seem like there was more to this cave, but it didn't, like, I didn't see anything else. Okay, let's go. So nothing that way. Oh, these stairs. I didn't see these stairs. That's what I missed. I didn't see those going down. Another piece. Yeah, a lot of these pottery pieces. I should find out if they're all from the same pot. Aha! Okay. Let's see here. Puzzle time! Okay, so we're looking for, like, the end of a fish. Hold on. Oh, it's over there. Hold on. Need a dude getting stabbed. This other leg. Just looks like this one. Doing archaeology. Okay, let's put... I don't think that's in the right spot, but I mistakenly grabbed it. Okay, we do have some stuff with lines. I'm gonna set that there for now. Looks like that's the right spot after all. I'm gonna move you over there for now. And then dude with the head. And it looks like he's probably... He's got a knife! Oh god! Let's see. This looks like... That should probably be on this end. Yep. And then... that little bit right there. It's a good question. Let's see. This should be there. That means this should be there. Which means that this... Yep, okay. Oh, that was in the right spot. We did have that in the right spot from the start. How about that? Okay, somebody's face. And then that goes there. Yep. That goes there. Interesting, okay. Figures in this pot that look like they're telling a story. These paintings must depict an early myth even before the Romans. That must be Perkta, and those must be the forest spirits, part of the wild hunt. The sex part looks like a human sacrifice. Maybe a chieftain sacrificing a man to Perkta? The bottom half of the lid continues the story. These look like spirits. They must be coming in to feast on the sacrifice. This must show how our ancestors tried to keep Tassing safe, offering sacrifices to Perkta. I think that our ancestors made this, and I'm holding it now. Maybe this is what I could paint in the mural. I ought to think more about it for right aside for certain. Cool. More Latin writing. If we cannot enter the Mithraeum, we will make our own altar to the gods. It sounds like the Mithraeum was some kind of temple. I won't be able to go any further. I suppose that's as far as I can go. The murals on the wall show me what Tassing was like when the Romans were here. I wonder if I can find out where the Mithraeum was, or what it is. I'm putting the pottery shards back together to show the earliest stories of Tassing. I think I've seen everything I can. My oil is running out. Time to climb back out. I think we should probably talk to Ilpeter about maybe the potlet if we can. Maybe about the Mithraeum. That seems like the best person. Assume we can get it out of him, since it sounds like he might be a little dementia-y. We'll see. Ah! Hello? Is someone there? Oh, shit. Hey, Stock. Welcome. You know, for a person who pushed some rocks down onto us, why didn't they just cut the rope? Like, that seems like the easier course of action here. If they were trying to kill us. Even Apollo and Artemis would have helped me out of there. Well, now that I have some more information, I can make some decisions on the first section of the mural. Okay. Maybe we won't get to talk to him. Or, oh, maybe we will. Okay. To Ill Peter. If we can. Oh, Pig's still here. You! Yes? I'm Haller Brandt, the Lord's gamekeeper. Why are you grazing pigs in the woods? I'm the printer's daughter. How can you find Casper? Where are you at? That's a good question. Like, what part of the game are you in? Answer me. That's not my pig. I've been walking around this forest for hours. Other than the charcoal burner and the tinker, you're the only other person I've seen. The pig doesn't belong to you. What are you doing here? I was in the salt mine? Doing what? Wait, I don't care. Just tell me whose pig this is. Oh, the second time Andreas comes to town? I mean, he mostly follows you around, unless, if you're in the part where you told Casper to go and, like, hang out on his own, for St. John's night. Where was he? I'm pretty sure he was in the woods. He was in the woods at St. Sashia's shrine, if I remember correctly. Try going to St. Sashia's shrine. If I remember right, he was just standing there by that shrine in the woods. Let's see. I don't know. The pig was in the woods when I came here. Ah, a mysterious lost pig, who apparently belongs to no one. I suppose so. Well, damn, dude. If I find any more pigs in these woods, I'll kill them on the spot. And those who brought them here. You understand? Yes? Good. Remind your neighbors what happens when you break the Lord's laws. Damn, dude. I knew the Lord's men patrolled these woods, but I've never seen them. Right? Can you really own a pig? I suppose I should consider myself lucky. A pig witcher. My dude, you just killed a pig. You're not gonna take the fucking bacon? Just gonna leave it out here? What the hell, man? What a waste. Hey, everybody in town. Free bacon in the woods. Go get it. Alright, so Ill Peter, I'm assuming, is still at... Wait, Wojslaw's still here? Oh, good. Well, I'm glad I remembered right. Are they married? Hello, Matilda. Hello, Wojslaw. How are you two? Very well. The Lord has blessed us more than we deserve. And how are you, Magdalene? I was worried with you keeping the house and workshop all on your own. Let me bring by Kissing. You're very kind, Matilda. Thank you. Not at all, Magdalene. This is how Wojslaw and I serve Tassing. Our vocation may have changed, but our gratitude to God and the town has not.
It's hard to imagine you two ever lived in the Abbey. Huh, sometimes those days feel like another lifetime. A harder time, to be sure. Were the Benedictines anything like the Poor Clares? It was simple lives of devotion, but not that simple. I'm given to understand they don't make art in the convent now. Such a shame in that beautiful workshop. In any case, a nun's vows include dedication to a simple life, with all the challenges that entails. But I struggled with my vows, with discipline. I couldn't live as my sisters did. I broke my vows, as did Wojslav. Together? Oh, we certainly did. They were K-I-S-S-I-N-G. So you left the Abbey. Well, we were found out, but our secret was kept. Still, the matter ate at my heart. That and being falsely accused of murdering the old Baron terrified you, rightly so. We didn't accuse her, though. We must account for our sins, Magdalene. I'm afraid I would account for mine sooner than I thought. Those were the hardest years of my life. I repented and prayed to God to absolve me. But the Lord always provides, even in the darkest days. The Abbey's destruction gave us a second chance. Was the founder warranty? It must have been strange to leave that life after so long. Well, I will admit it's been strange not being able to enter the convent. I miss the sisters terribly, but truthfully it's been a relief to not be constrained by my vows. The Lord forgives more readily than man, Magdalene. Never think that you must remain in a place that caused you to sin, even if others think it godly. I'm glad you two are finally able to live a life together. You both deserve it. Only by the grace of God are we in this life together. Maybe many more years before we part. God willing. Anyway, Magdalene, I'll send that soup over to you shortly. God bless you, Magda. God bless. Man, I'm kind of wondering, like, it feels super. I feel like it would be the super shitty thing to do. But now I'm kind of wondering what all happens if you accuse, if you go with like accusing Matilda and saying that she killed the Lord. But that feels really shitty. That feels extra shitty. Bill, Peter, how are you still alive, man? I don't understand. Hello, Peter. Can I talk to you for a moment? Eh? What's that? Can I talk to you for a moment? God damn it, don't you shout at me. I'm sorry, Peter. What do you want anyway? I was wondering if you could tell me some of the stories about Tassing. Oh, the old tales, hmm? It's been so damn long since anyone had a thought to ask me about what I know. There's still a few of the old tales knocking about in this skull. Are there any myths from even before the Romans came to Tassing? Of course there are. The Romans weren't the first ones to live here, you know. There are spirits older than the saints that live in these woods, older than the Romans. They protected Tassing before St. Moritz ever set blessed foot in town. She played before. What sort of spirits? The sort that I'm getting at. Didn't your father teach you patience, Magdalene? Sorry. It's Perta and her wild hunt that scared them evil ones away. They protected Tassing since its founding day. Long before those Romans, our ancestors roamed these mountains under a great chieftain called Raetus. Isn't Raetus a Latin name? Yeah. The ending on his name is a masculine singular ending, common on most male Roman names. Plenty of names end with the same letters doesn't make them Latin, does it? Now quit your yammering and listen. Folk weren't as kind as they are now, and the tribes fought one another for the best land. The old chieftain was a yellow-bellied coward who neglected the old gods. He was too proud to make offerings. Because of this, the gods favored other tribes, and Raetus' people had no land to call their own. Instead, they wandered through these mountains and valleys, hunting and gathering what they could to survive. One day, when winter was approaching, Raetus went hunting and found a wounded wolf tangled in a trap. But instead of killing the beast, as most men would, he helped the beast and loosened it from his bounds. Was the wolf a spirit in disguise? Heh, of course not. Wolves are wolves, girl. Spirits don't need the skins of animals for their power. Still, you've got the sense of the thing. The old gods are keen to repay favors done, and Perkta is the goddess of the wild hunt. The wolves are her animals, she leads the wild hunt, and the wolves lead the hunts of the forest. Back in my day, folk knew it was bad luck to kill a wolf. Now I'm the only one who remembers these things. Perkta saw Raetus' actions and took favor on him and told the wolf to lead the chief to her sacred spring.
Raidus led his people to this ring and claimed it for his homeland, and we've been in this valley ever since. Then those goddamn Romans came and destroyed everything, but you see, there were other gods protecting this place before St. Moritz. That's why a few of us still honor Perkbet. She protects us against witches and fiends.
It's a wonderful story, perfect for the first part of the mural.
Good, good. Nice to know I can still be of some use in this town.
What about the Romans? Do you know any Roman legends of Tassing?
Why don't you say call the Pig Witcher?
Nah, we gotta play some Gwent first.
Roman legends? Pah! I don't bother with stories from outsiders or tales of gods that aren't our own. The Romans did nothing but conquer our people and destroy this town. We spent generations after generation building Tassing back up from those days. And still our traditions keep dying with no one to carry them on.
That's why I want to know, Peter. These stories need to be on the mural.
The mural, hmm? Fine, fine, but I don't know of any of the old Roman shit.
Alright, alright. I still have a lot to think about. Thank you for sharing your stories with me, Peter.
Wind's howling indeed. At last someone wants to listen to me. Ah, I'm tired. Talking so much has made my jaw ache.
I'll leave you to rest then. God bless you, Peter.
Thanks, Peter. I guess we should check with Martin's people. See if they have that book. See, that would be over here. Oh, Attila's empty house. It's just empty. Nobody even is even using it. Just like got kicked out of it, and it's just God.
Magdalene, how are you keeping? I'm eager to continue work on the mural. I have so much to do before Christmas. I'm certain it will be the pride of Tassing when you're through. You've always had your mother's talent for art. And how is your dad? You're one of the only people who's asked how I'm doing before asking about my dad. I know how it is to be the sole caregiver. Yourself disappears before the needs of the person you're looking after. I worry about you carrying that weight alone. I remember when my dad fell. We cared for him best we could, but those few months before he passed were a tough time for everyone. But I believe God will pull your dad through whatever the doctor says we need him. God willing, you're right. I am at his mercy. God willing, amen. Have you thought about what you'll do if your dad doesn't come through with this? Dad would want me to keep up the printing press. Wouldn't that be a sight? Are you sure you could handle it? It's a lot to manage on your own. But you're a good girl, Magda. There are any number of families in Tassing who'd be happy to take you. You have someone in mind, don't you?
I promise you I do not.
Such a modest girl. Your dad raised you right. I mean, Otts, of course. He's about as subtle as his father, God rest Otto's soul. Ah, I miss him. I wish I got to meet him properly, I mean. He made an impression, that's for certain. And the girls around town are better than the moon after him, though. That didn't stop some of us.
He was Eva's from the start.
As Otts appears to be yours. But if nothing ever comes of that, know you're always welcome in my family, Magda. Kraft's a nice, hard-working boy. He's got a sharp mind. He can provide for a family. I'm not sure we're a good match. Not every marriage starts off on solid footing, but if you pray and work and trust in the Lord, you can find it in time.
Of course. Solid way to do your marriages. You know what? We don't like each other. We aren't really that compatible. But have we thought about... Have we asked permission from the third person in the room, our Lord Jesus Christ, to see if he's okay with this? Oh my god.
Maybe I'll never get married. Without a husband and children, who will care for you when you're old? The Lord made us from Adam's rib because he meant us to be part of men. You'd be lonely to never know that fullness of purpose. That's no life for someone like you. I don't care about my life. I just want to take care of my dad.
And finish this damn mural.
Of course, you don't need to decide anything now. Hold your dad close for however long you have, and the Lord is patient.
Leave room for Jesus, yep. You gotta make sure you fit. Can't get too close at school dances. You might KISSING. I say most Jewish, right? Oh man. Oy vey.
Before I forget, I actually had a question about an old book.
Martin is supposed to have stolen it from that baron who was killed years ago. Do you know what happened to it? Oh. I hope this doesn't get me into any trouble, but I still have it hidden in a drawer. Martin left it behind when he ran off. He went to all the trouble to take it, but didn't bring it along? Martin was the thief, but he wasn't stupid. I'm sure he realized no one would believe he'd come back by the book honestly, so he couldn't sell it. Why'd you keep it? What was I supposed to do? The baron was killed soon after, and there I was holding his stolen book. I didn't want Martin to get in any more trouble than he was already in. I never read it, though. I don't read well. Can I have it? I don't know. I need it to reference for the mural. Won't everyone wonder where you got the ideas? I've been talking to people all over town. They'll think I get the ideas from them. Oh, alright. I'd like to have nothing more to do with it, to be frank. It reminds me of difficult times. A stolen book of dead noblemen in our home. Perhaps it spoiled our milk and turned our eggs all these years. Here you are. Please, don't tell anyone I had this. Ah, Historia Tassiae. Oh, it's in Latin. I can understand a few words and phrases. I'll take a closer look in the evening. Thank you, Brigida. You've been a big help. Be well now. God bless. Nice! We got the book! Okay, it sounds like we need to go up to the... Oh wait, I thought that... What, I can't walk the, like, 5 feet past that bench to get to the back part of town? Oh, that's how the Wrath House looks. Oh, that's where the clock came from. Okay. Oh, it's Baltus's clock. You know what? I'm going to talk to Baltus. We haven't talked to Baltus. Hello, who are you? Nazi. Xiao. Okay. Baltus's workshop. I wonder if we can do another lesson soon. Hello, Balthazar. Magdalene! Magdalene! Yes? Stare nervously. The cinnamon just arrived for the beer. You're making beer? Well, yes. The copper pots you helped me pipe are part of the process. Oh, I thought it was for something more serious. Magdalene, making beer is quite serious. Anyway, it's for the Christmas celebration. Already? We're barely into November. The wheel of time stops for no man. But it's going to be wonderful. Cinnamon, coffee from Ethiopia, cacao from the New World. Jesu Christu, acea denaru face tutu. Jesus Christ, he who has the money can do everything. Problem? Of course not, it's your money. Anyway, I'm quite excited about it. Clearly. As such, alchemy is not normally my strong suit. And for all of Gnaziu's complaints about the cost, the base rye we're using is free. Really? Yes. The farmers had so much rye this year, they just couldn't use it all. Gret made as much bread with it as she could, but she wound up having to throw a lot out. So why not make beer? Yes, why not? Thank you. All right. Beer. A drink for the town. Oh, can I not paint it right now? I guess it did say we wanted to take a look at that book in the evening. Where else can... Hold on. I guess I could check my journal. Where else have we looked? Okay, so... Past and early histories. We got the letter of Martin Bauer. Peter's been around. Okay, we got Blacktail's Blacktail's grandfather. Where is he? Okay, Balthazar, Werner, Rathaus, Darker House, Family. Rita Barnett, Chuck Burner, Sharon, where? There's the Abbey's all fucked. Where would Till be? I guess that one, maybe. Sign our house, craft. Church Druckers. That's our house. Is it the Kreuzers? Oh, it is. Okay. God bless you, Magdalene.
God bless you, Till. Do you have a moment?
Of course, what do you need? Lot says you've been obsessed with your painting.
I'm looking into the early history of Tassing for the first part of the mural. Mother Illuminata said your grandfather read about the history of the town?
Ah, fertile fields, that is. Seem like old pot shards and Latin trivia were all he ever talked about. All of Granddad's reading came from the Abbey's library, though, and you know what happened there. Poof! Up in smoke.
So you don't have any of his old books?
Only a few. Granddad tried to buy some when the Abbey fell in hard times, but they were too expensive. But I could show you something better than books.
Evidence?
Something like that. See, we don't have any books on the old pagans, but we do have their stuff. Shards of ceramic pots and animals, bricks from what looked like to be an old forge, mountains of salt. Even a little bear carved from amber.
Where did you find all this stuff?
It's not just me. Carl finds things, Fabian too. Any farmer would tell you the same. It's all out in the fields, under the dirt. Can't go one season without turning up something.
Where are you keeping these things?
Nowhere. We just toss them into piles with the rest of the rocks and root clumps. It's interesting, but we can't do much of anything with the stuff except look at it.
What do you think it all means?
I don't follow.
Well, what do you think they were like?
Huh, I guess I never really thought about it. They seem like regular people. Their remains look like ours. Tools and weapons are rougher, but not badly made. Little carvings and ceramic critters aren't so different from the things Eva made for Otts.
I suppose I expected them to be more strange.
Because they weren't Christians? No doubt they were coarse, but they don't seem especially violent, not like the church says. Not so different from today, really.
This has been a big help.
Glad to spread some knowledge around. Important for folks to know the past. You think all this pagan stuff will make it in the mural? I can bring over some of the things the boys and I have found at the Wrath House tomorrow if that'd help at all. That would be great. Glad you're taking an interest, Magdalene. I thought no one cared about the pagans but me and Granddad. Until tomorrow. Nice. Okay, now we're going to the Wrath House. Alright.
Hey, Moggs, how's the mural coming along? Magdalene. Can't you let it go, Moggs? It's so much. Moggs is so much easier. No, Otto Zimmerman, I can't. Ugh, don't call me.
Fine.
Anyway, Magdalene, how's the mural going? It doesn't look like much yet. Well, of course it doesn't look like anything now. I only just finished priming the wall. I have to decide what to depict. It's hard to piece together the history of Tassing when it happened so long ago. Since the Abbey Library burned, I can only rely on stories from people around Tassing. Even when I could find out about the Romans and pagans was obscure, I had to go into the old salt mine to find anything. At least now I know what to paint for the first part of the mural.
So, what is it? Let's see. I'm gonna go with Smokey's story.
Sounds interesting. Is that Christian, though?
I might be a little worried Father Thomas will take it the wrong way.
So what made you choose this story anyway? I like that it's about the founding of Tassing. Everyone knows the spring in the woods. I guess that's true. We all know it's old and it's always been there. I think Father Thomas might be upset about Mars and the lady. Thanks for explaining it. Of course, I want you all to understand why I'm making these choices. Well, now I figured out this portion of the mural, I better start thinking about the next section. I'll leave you to it, Moggs.
Magdalene.
Good night, Otts.
Good night, Magdalene. Alright. Now to decide how to depict Tassing's earliest history, I should decide how to paint Curacau's history. Mother Illuminata's matter mentioned that Matthew of Sidney Salks used to be a brother in Curacao. She said he knew a great deal about the Abbey's history. I should write to him and ask him what he remembers. While I have Esther's letter to answer too, I should write them both now before bed. And before I write, I should read that old book Brigida gave me. Maybe I learned something pertinent for the murals. Okay, so we got write is read somewhere else in here, or do... I think we can just write. We'll just do all the things. Alright. Right, the old book. It was the Barons before Martin stole it. When the Romans, having conquered the town, built up the walls around it, they established many temples there. This is harder to read than I thought. This book isn't in great shape either, since it's been sitting in a farmer's house for so long. Let's see. There's a section about the various dedications erected in the town. That might be easier to read. Ego simulacrum, inaugurunt Mars nostrum operum conspiat. I raise a vision in a field so that Mars may behold our work? Huh. Sedet Diana loco scaturiginosus ipsa. Diana sat in a place with water oozing up from herself. What does that mean? Oremus und defendat opidum. Let us pray so that he or she may defend this town. None of this really makes any sense. Maybe someone with better Latin than me could help me read it. This book is so big, though, it'd be a lot of work. I could ask Sister Gertrude or Baltus for help. Werner, too. He's much better at Latin than anyone else in town. Maybe even Father Thomas, though Dad warned me not to bother him with secular books. Chances are some they could help, but it might be worth asking about. I should finish writing my letters first. Mother Illuminata told me Matthew knew some of the Abbey's early history. He's the Archdeacon of Sion now. I should write to him before the snows come. I'll write to Esther, too. Most revered Matthew of Sidney Salks, Archdeacon of Sion. My name is Madeline Druckerin. I'm the daughter of Tassing's town printer, Klaus. My father and I are creating a mural for Tassing's Rathaus. I want to show the history of the town and the abbey. I heard you were the sacristan at Curacao and knew a great deal about the abbey's early history. I understand you are a busy man. We would be most appreciative of any information you could give us. If you know of any other places where we might learn about the abbey's history, we would appreciate it. I know it may be a small comfort, but there are many in Tassing who regret what happened during the revolt. Sister Gertrude is still here with the Poirclairs, and speaks fondly of the old abbey. Thank you for your help. Magdalene. Alright, writing to Esther. Esther, please forgive me for not writing sooner. So much has happened since I last wrote. Even as my last letter was en route to you, Dad was attacked in the workshop in the middle of the night. He survived, thank God, but his injuries are terrible. I worry about him. He's so dizzy he can't get out of bed. Some days his eyes become foggy and his memory fails him. Dr. Stoltz says he's not going to recover, that it's only a matter of time before he succumbs to the injury. I don't want to believe it, but it's hard to argue with Dad's condition. I have no idea who could have wanted to attack my father or why. I found a note by him, too. All it said was stop. It wasn't from the shot, because the script was in the most elaborate hand I've ever seen. No one in Tassing has such skill in script as far as I know. And anyway, I don't have the time to wonder about it. I've had my hands full running the workshop alone while tending to Dad. And what's more, the town council intends to cancel the mural entirely. I had a hell of a time convincing them to let me paint it instead. They made a fuss about me being too young, not experienced enough, not strong enough to be on the scaffold. You know how it is. I suppose I should have expected any better of them. Working on the mural has been a welcome distraction from the naysayers and my chores. And worrying about Dad. Lots has been coming over under the pretense of helping me prepare my paints, too. I wish he'd stop. He's not subtle, and his flirting is annoying. I'd like to have the whole mural finished by Christmas if I can. I just want to finish it in time for Dad to see it. It means so much to him. If Dr. Stoltz is right, I don't know how long I'll have. I hope you're faring better than we are here. All my love. Magda. Oh, I'm surprised I can still go out. Can we go pester Werner right now? I'm gonna guess no. Nope. Why? Why can I go out? Maybe there's something around we can see. Andreas is still out. He's just out here still chilling in the woods? Okay. Maybe not. Alright. Sleeping. Oops. We slept for a week. Got some roasted potatoes. Got some, like, jalapeno pineapple sausages. I might... once I get to, like, a... Maybe after we get these letters, I might stop it there for a moment so I can finish eating. And then get ready for raid here in a little bit. And then pop back in for raid. But... it sounds like we still got, like, 2 more parts of the mural, and we could probably do those, like, tomorrow. First letter is from Reverend Matthew. Oh, good, he's still with Rudiger. Mr. Strucker and I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Kirsau. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I'm not overly inclined to assist the people of Tassing in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Sometime after the Romans left, Christians settled in the region and built Kirsau Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noblewoman of the Kirsau family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kirsau changed to being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, or as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any other records about the abbey to the torch. Sic arsit historia Kirsis. Thus burned the history of Kirsau. While we cannot change the past, I have heard the Sisters of the Poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the abbey. I can only hope their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Moritz. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Kirsau's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. It's hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Regret cannot undo what has been done, but we can all find redemption through Christ. We must pray for the love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that is all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. Huguenots and Lutherans plague my homeland. Thank the Lord you still live in the land ruled by the one true church. Those damn Lutherans! I say, having been a Lutheran a long time ago. I hope this has been some help for you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The Most Reverend Matthew, Post Excellency Archdeacon of Sion. Oh, I'm so glad Rudiger is still there. Esther!
Oh, Magdalene. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send the word. I know we're further away than it is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Father says that he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet, the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. Perhaps there is old blood over depicting the night of the revolt? That is all he could suggest. We pray you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make all things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear the town council let you continue the mural at all. The guilds here protect your right to complete a job, especially once a contract has been reached. You give the men of the council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? We live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age when all may read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you come visit me in Prague. But I am glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elisha has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and father has agreed to a new contract with the university. I found Simon. His family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with mother and father quite often now. So I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter. With Hashem's help. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well. Esther. That's all the letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad.
Good morning, Madeline. I am here right on time. I hope you are well.
Well enough. How's my dad?
That is what we are about to discuss. How are you feeling, Klaus?
His fever broke at dawn this morning. That's good news, right?
All things in time. I still feel weak. The dizziness has not receded. My head continues to spin whenever I try to sit or stand up for too long. Occasionally, I'm struck with sudden and severe headaches. The damage runs deeper than I first thought. Let me be honest here with both of you. I am worried. The circumstances are not unfolding to our benefit. Klaus, your health is not mending. Perhaps it is due to your age. Perhaps we have passed numerous critical days with no change for the better. Meanwhile, the winter draws closer, and I am running low on medical supplies. With the roads into town likely snowed in, especially the past, supply shipments will not arrive for months.
Have you asked Gertrude for help?
I have.
Truly, things must be dire.
They are not insignificant. It has been a difficult year. Even with the patrols in Bavaria, many merchants have been struck by bandits. French troops have periodically raided the western holdings of our empire. With the fall of Estergom and Skesvervar, wow, that's a word. Skesvervar. Damn, what a name. To the Ottoman Turks. Many trade routes from the east have been cut. The pillage of Nice by Barbarossa's corsairs and our losses in Italy have also put us in a predicament in the south. As always, we suffer from the wars of others.
What are we to do now?
Klaus has to continue with rest and healthy diet. I will see what more I can find in my library. I wish I already had a copy of Vesalius' De Humani Corporis Fabrica. In the meantime, Klaus, Magdalene, pray to God. I must take my leave. I will come again next week. Wasn't that one of the books that we could have potentially given Magdalene? That book sounds familiar. I think that was one of the ones we could have got at the library. I thank you, Dr. Stoltz.
I thank you as well.
Only doing what I meant to do for this town. Stay out of trouble, Magdalene. He worries too much. I'll be alright.
You want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the mural.
I'm not so hungry right now. I'll be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon. Yes, that's right. What did you learn from him?
He seemed sad over what happened during the revolt, hesitant to tell me anything. He did say the abbey was founded by a noblewoman. After the Romans left, everything else burned in the fire.
How unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records at the monastery. So much lost in one night.
The Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held onto some of the records from the convent. I should be able to learn more about Tassing's Christian history there.
An excellent place to start, Magdalene.
Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the convent much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him.
If I recall correctly, the miller's wife has a long family history in Tassing. She may know something of the local history the others have forgotten.
Elsa? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town.
Not anymore. Age, illness, and marriage took the rest of her family. But the Cavzels used to live all up and down this valley. Go talk to her,
I will. Thanks, Dad. If something remained in the Abbey's ruins, I should see what's left.
Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous.
I won't go far into them, Dad. Just take a look.
Alright, wear a scarf too. It's getting cold out. I can feel it in my old bones.
Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright?
Alright, good luck. Alright. That's probably a good spot to call it for today. And I think I'll probably pick this up tomorrow and maybe we'll finish it. I'm not sure if this is like the last section or if there's another time skip after this one. but we'll see. Let's see. Who? I mean, I know I'll be back in like 45 minutes for raid, but we could still send you somewhere anyways, if anybody I know is on. Let's see. Huh, okay. Well, not really any options right now. There's a couple like really large ones that I follow, but I usually don't raid the super big channels because I don't really need it. Okay, well, I guess we'll stop there, and if you want 14, we'll be back with raiding in P8 tonight in about 45, and yeah, so we'll pick up Pentiment tomorrow. See yous!